That's not the right scene. There we go. That's the button I meant to press. What is up, folks? Happy Monday. Greetings, everybody. We are starting nice and early today. I was feeling very impatient. And I want to play some GoldenEye. So we are starting a few hours earlier than usual in an attempt to make some solid progress without necessarily having to stay up all night to do so. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. My holiday infected eating and sleeping schedule keeps getting messed up and turned around, so it may have a slight impact on streaming schedules, but I fully expect to at the very least be live during my regular hours, so let's consider these a few bonus hours. What's up, opponent? Yeah, it's like it's a weird thing to kind of relate to my regular streaming schedule hours when I don't have a full-time day job going on at the same time. So I find myself sometimes just kind of, most of the time I try to like fill my day with other things to do, but sometimes, like today, I just kind of slept in for a little bit, had a lazy breakfast, was poking around at a few things, had some lunch, and then it's like, well, it's like 2 p.m. I could sit around until 6 to start playing, but that seems like a waste of time. Like, I'm not really, like, what am I gonna do in the next 3 or 4 hours? Like, just wasn't really feeling up for doing anything else, so I was like, you know what, let me just, I just want to play some GoldenEye. That's like the easier thing to just dive into. What's up, Mr. Radon? Yeah, we got the famed matchup here, the Amazon and Starman. Man, I am feeling a little bit out of it though. Like I said, I've been wrestling with, no pun intended, an attempt at sleeping properly. Like, it's been terrible because I keep staying up way too late at night, and then in an effort to like readjust my sleep schedule, I push myself to go up early in the morning with the naive assumption that it'll help me go to bed earlier the next day, and then it doesn't happen. And all that happens is I end up sleeping less, and I take weird naps, and I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. Hey, what's up, Cody? We are, however, going to get energized through not just Bond, but also a newly replenished stock of Kong Strong Wild Power. It's what's gonna carry us through today's stream. That shit works in your 20s. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm not. I'm the last person who's gonna be like optimistically gung-ho about, you know, stupid attempts at getting through your work day or work week or what have you on insufficient sleep. I know my needs. But I also know that it's like, well, I kind of have to do it. I can't just sleep in all day, because if I go up early on insufficient sleep, that at least gives me like the possibility that keeps the door open for going to bed early the following night. But if I sleep till noon, then that's, you know, that ship sailed. So I have no choice. I mean, I have the choice of actually going to bed at a reasonable hour, of course, but refusing to try to go up early isn't like, I don't think that's gonna help. But I'm also not like stupid enough to think that it'll be like that I'll be fine to like do stuff during the day. Like, I'm on holiday, so it's okay, but if I was actually working, like, that's the thing. When I work, I don't have this problem because I will inevitably very quickly be forced to actually get some sleep. However many hours I'm getting is enough to like coast, to like do nothing, but not to actually do stuff. But that's also kind of why I figured I'll just kick off the stream and start playing, because yeah, I could have tried to do something else for a while and then stream from about 6 p.m. as usual. but I don't have any like energy or motivation to do anything else in those hours. If I'm streaming, it takes effort, of course, but I can kind of do it without thinking. It sort of, I have a support structure in the form of chat to interact with, the game that I know that I'm playing, a specific objective, the format of the stream, and all that other stuff. But if I'm like, if I am to entertain myself, then all of a sudden, like, what do I even do? And I just end up staring at I don't know, a Twitter feed and possibly an Xbox game library or something for a few hours, and then it's like, I don't know about this. Which obviously is not not the best either, but that's how it goes. So that's why we're starting early, so that we can have some semblance of a chance of making good progress without having to stream until like midnight. Because if I stream till midnight, then I will inevitably stay up for another 2 hours after streaming, even though I shouldn't. So we'll see how it goes. This shit's probably not helping, but it is carrying me through this. And at least I'm starting to drink this at like 3 p.m. and not 7 p.m. So that might help, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, not too much housekeeping or stuff to chat about, I don't think. I mean, I'm eager to get into the game. But just some super quick updates. I obviously, for those who were around, or for those who weren't, we did a pretty massive stream on Saturday. Started early then too, and we went for like 11 hours or something. Very meaty unboxing, and then a little bit of Tekken 8. And I felt the consequences of that yesterday. I went to hang out with a friend, and we went to see the Barbie movie, which was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And it was like the entire time I hung out with him for a while before we went to see the movie, and then we went out for dinner afterwards. And I felt like throughout the entire day and evening, I was just like barely sociable. I didn't have any, like, I don't know, I was just very, very low key. And I think that was like a knock-on effect of mega streaming on Saturday. And I kind of am still feeling it today, honestly. But, you know, that's exacerbated by 2 nights of not nearly as enough sleep. And that's not the stream's fault. In any case, we are going to make a little bit of a push to try and finish GoldenEye by Wednesday's stream. I hope we can make good progress today. Like last stream, we ended up clearing 3 stages, I think. But we were stuck for a long time on Bunker 2. But Archive was an interesting experience, because I ended up realizing that just going melee only was like the stealth technique. So if we have other stages where we kind of get stuck trying to maintain a low profile, I know that I can go to slappers only as the high level stealth technique, and that might carry us through that. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, the movie was fun. I liked it. It was not like, well, I can't say that it wasn't what I was expecting it to be, because I hadn't seen any trailers or read anything about it. I really didn't know anything about the plot. But it was really fun. I liked it. I liked it for sure. What's up, Bitfraction? Happy Monday. And I'm attempting to finish up GoldenEye by Wednesday, because I will be away this upcoming weekend. I'm out of town, so I will not be streaming on Saturday, and I will almost assuredly not be streaming on Monday. So we'll have a bit of a gap, and by the time I'm ready to stream again, it's like my last days of vacation, basically. And I had this realization the other day that I had so many things that I had kind of wanted to stream and get to over the summer. And this is nothing new. Obviously, this happens every year. You have, you know, a couple of weeks of holiday, and you start making this mental list of everything you want to get done. And I managed to get a lot of stuff done that didn't have anything to do with the stream. Reorganizing my kitchen and everything. I have my 3D order ready, or 3D printer ready to go. It's I've got some shipping notification. It's on its way. Should hopefully get here before I leave. So there's a bunch of that stuff that I can feel pretty satisfied with. But as far as playing games and streaming, I realized that my journey through the history of Mortal Kombat is going to be extremely, like, there's no way I will have time to play all those games before MK1 comes out. So I think we're going to have to make it an executive decision to sort of fast forward there a bit and probably jump directly to MK9. just to make sure that I have time to go through the story modes of 9, 10, and 11, which is like the primary thing that I really wanted to do. And as far as going back to the older games, yeah, it would have been fun to do it all in order, but ultimately I can go back and do that at any point. I'd be more frustrated if I tried to do everything in order and then I was like halfway through MK9 by the time MK1 drops. So we'll see how that goes. I also had some designs on revisiting Dead Rising 2, which I still really want to do, but that's obviously also not really time sensitive. So we'll keep that in the back pocket for when it feels appropriate. And I mean, that's to say nothing of the imminent unboxings that are going to happen, or for that matter, checking out the piles of games that we have unboxed. I'm getting like a backlog of stuff all the way back to the Paris trip in April that I haven't even booted up yet on stream. So, I mean, that could easily be one, if not two, like Saturday mega streams just checking out those games. So there's a lot that I need to cover, and not that much time or opportunity for streaming to do it. So that's why I'm concerned with like not letting GoldenEye drag on longer than necessary. Because if I'm gonna take a slight shift away from Bond to look at some other stuff, I would much rather do that not in the middle of a game, but finish up GoldenEye first, then kind of do some other stuff, and then come back to Bond later on. So we'll see how that all fits together, but that's kind of the way things are looking right now. And that's why we're starting early today to make a solid effort to squeeze in some extra Bond hours and improve our odds of being able to finish GoldenEye by Wednesday's stream. What's up, Sword Fam? Thank you very much. It's been a while since I worn this, actually. I had some like pile of t-shirts that ended up in a cupboard somewhere that I didn't... They weren't in like frequent rotation. But now it is. So I think that's pretty much it for housekeeping stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything else of import. I guess I should mention too, I noticed that the next community challenge goal is very close to being reached, and that was damn fast. But because I'm away this weekend, of course, I will not be able to do it on this upcoming Friday. But presumably, the goal will be reached very soon, and when it is, I will pencil in most likely then another Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream on the following Friday, the 11th, or whatever it'll be, of August. So just a little heads up on that. But once that is all settled, I'll make sure to make some proper announcements on Discord and everything, so you can go check there for all the details. But with that said, let's head on over to the Games Bond scene and get ourselves briefed and situated on all that. We did, of course, also have some tremendously generous donations from Lord Dagger Joe, which has, of course, absolutely decimated the Q branch economy, but that's, of course, not a bad thing. But as you can see, we are inching closer and closer to the next Q branch research funding initiative goal. Once we reach 20,000, we will be unlocking the next secret mission. I've had a little bit of a think when it comes to this stuff. I have a list of secret missions to to get to in between the regular games, but we're kind of working our way through the list fairly rapidly. Obviously, I can increase the goal thresholds to push it a little further, but I'm gonna most likely have to dig up a few additional bonus missions to add to the end of the list. And we're also getting a lot closer to a few secret missions that is going to require me to make some purchases and research and prep that I'm gonna have to get to pretty soon. But yes, as always, all contributions to the channel in the form of subs, bits, merch sales, donations, etc. will add to this pot. And once we reach that next goal, we will unlock the next bonus mission, which will be played following the current Bond game. And the current Bond game certainly needs no real introduction. We are, of course, continuing Mission 17, which is GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64. So let's boot up the game and see how we're doing. See here, let me get everything situated correctly here. Let me release jams and bring up the game. We get some game, please. OBS. There we go. Arrived, not snow parka Bond this time. I love that you get like different outfit Bonds in the intro. It's so good. All right. Hopefully I remember to shut down Steam. Yeah, looks like it. So I don't accidentally start fucking Steam Big Picture anytime I try to press buttons on my N64 controller. Right. So last time we started on Bunker and it took us, I don't know, an hour and a half to figure out how to get through that level. Statue, we like almost like we were very close to finishing it basically first try, but then I kind of screwed up and misinterpreted what was happening at the very end of the mission. Well, I don't think it was first try, but like we had a real attempt and we got all the way to the end of the stage, and then I got everyone killed and we failed. But it was a fun kind of process of trial and error to piece together what exactly you were meant to do, and we eventually got it. Archives, as mentioned, was another kind of stealth nightmare where I eventually just kind of figured, you know what, let me just not use guns at all. Let me just chop everyone down, and turns out that was the winning strat. Just using my powerful judo chops, I pretty much cleared the stage without getting hit, I think. But we are in fact proceeding from stealth to what I suspect will be just about the exact opposite. We're heading to the streets, and we're gonna do some tank driving, and we're gonna minimize civilian casualties apparently. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, we should probably start the timer, shouldn't we? Background. After escaping KGB interrogation at the military archives, Natalia has been recaptured by General Oromov. She's being taken by car to the Yanis operations base in St. Petersburg. Like I feel like every mission is like either Bond's been captured or Natalia's been captured and I have to free her, or I have to escort her, or I'm getting captured and I have to escape. That's like what every mission is. Get after them, 007. We can't afford to let the trail go cold, and the chances are they'll lead you straight to Trevelyan. Keep a clear head, though. Any civilian casualties on the streets of St. Petersburg could create an unfortunate international incident. We believe that Valentin Sukovsky is still in the area. He may be able to help you. No gadgets this time, 007, though you should be on the lookout for hardware the Russians may have left lying around. Ease in the ignition, all that, old chap. Like the sixth mission in a row where Q is like, well, you know, sorry, dude. Which is fair enough, given that we like bounced back and forth between various forms of imprisonments, and like, I don't know what, you know, how Q would have been able to provide me with anything. Like, in between escaping from the archive building to being on the street, yeah, I wouldn't expect him to provide me with anything. He is able to like fax me this message of, you know, nothing this time, which is pretty funny. But it's cool. I don't mind it. Like, obviously, the whole mission briefing stuff makes no sense logically. But it adds so much cool little flavor, so there's nothing to complain about. I don't think she's worth the trouble, James. Perhaps you should be looking closer to home for a more reliable woman. Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, I left the tank running. Yeah, pretty much. I was excited to find out that there was a tank on the runway level. I had no idea, but just looking around a little bit in the like 5 square meters of that level, it's like, oh, well, there's a tank in the corner. Cool. Let's just grab that then. We already had a tiny little bit of tank driving practice. Oh yeah, I should have looked back at the objectives, but whatever, we can check them out. Dramatic new music. Okay, we got a timer. I was gonna say, the only thing I remember about this level is that you drive a tank, there's like landmines, and I think that's about it. Yeah, we just gotta enjoy the pause music. Contact Valentine. Maybe he'll hook us up with the Russian tank or something like that, just spitballing. Pursue Oromov and Natalia. It sounds like this is going to be very straightforward. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but it's probably quite linear and not terribly convoluted. That's what I'm hoping anyway. If I remember how to control the game. Fucking hit stun. Oh, there's a tank right there. Keys in the ignition, all that. Do I need to? Should I contact Valentine first? We'll just take a look around. Well, probably just hop. I mean, I might as well, right? How do I do it? Whoa, okay. That answers that. Right, so, okay, yeah. Attack. More power. Oh yeah, I have to like change to, well, wrong button. There we go. You like change to the tank weapon. Well, that's a dead end. I figure the city like street layout's not going to be terribly open. I just feel like I have to be on the lookout for any like suspicious 2 gray pixels that might be Valentine. Okay, I'm taking damage. Well, whatever. Yeah, just like visually parsing what the hell's going on in this stage. Right. Fire a rocket and the fires are gonna stay. Well, that's probably a civilian. Well, that's a good sound. Sounded like some quality Command and Conquer stock screaming and squishy body explosion. So, I mean, the 3-minute timer means that inevitably it's not going to be a long stage. But understanding what's going on is a different story. All right, okay. But I wonder if... I wonder if I'm being shot at like that is like, does it mean I'm not where I'm supposed to be? Does it mean... I don't know. I'm also thinking like, I wonder if using the guns rather than the cannon on the tank, just using my rifle, is that going to be an easier way to take out dudes? I guess I presumably cannot pick up more ammunition. I don't know. What's up, folks? Greetings. Yes, we're starting early today because I was kind of bored and I want to finish the game. We're probably not finishing today, but we need to put in a little bit of extra time to improve our chances of being able to finish this week. Missed a little bit of ammo. They're shooting at me from across the... Oh, hello. Yeah, I guess using this isn't really going to be a viable option, just on account of I don't have much ammo. But yeah, the draw distance is a little bit of an issue here, because if I'm like in a state to get fired at, I will be fired at like from a distance before I can really kind of see. That guy ran into my tank. I cannot be held responsible for that. Yeah, and the explosions are a real issue too. Can I? Ah! Nope, I guess I cannot. Can I like squeeze past here? Dude, fucking civilians. Okay. I didn't mean to jump out. I pressed the wrong button, but at least I did. Figured I might as well. The fire is pretty slow. So maybe I should just actually look at the... Whoa! Yeah. I was gonna say, maybe I should like respect the roadblock and not go that way. I'm 100% cognizant of the possibility of the tank being an enormous red herring, and that I should just run. I suspect the tank probably does have a faster movement speed, but by how much? I'm not so sure. Trying to see if I could... Oh, that's perfect. Just get everyone right in front of me. Also, I guess it should bear repeating, I will be doing a lot of hypothetical speculation. Please do not interpret that as an invitation to tell me exactly what I'm supposed to do. I am looking to play the game myself. Drives attack in the movie. I mean, yeah, but there's a lot of things that are a bit different between the movie and the game. Civilians. So the explosions just like last for a million years, of course, which is... I didn't even fucking kill the guy. Okay, well, whatever. The problem is, of course, that with the tank, like, my mobility is just kind of terrible. Funny thing is there, like, it looks like the whatever rocket or grenade or whatever he was firing hit the tank, but I didn't take damage until I, like, rolled through it, so the bomb was personally exposed to the flames. Yeah, see, this, like, just doesn't seem... Because if someone is, like, firing a rocket at me and I'm in the tank... Yeah, I'm already, like, out in the open. I can't really, like, sidestep the way I presumably sort of at least can on foot. But yeah, there's also like the very open space is kind of a, I don't know, maybe I should just use aiming. But they're also more it's one of those stages, I guess, or the way it's set up and everything. They're just like fully aware of me from a distance. So I don't know. Well, let's try going on foot. Like, it's gonna obviously allow me to get ammo as I kill dudes. Do a little pistol practice. There we go. It's easier. Oh yeah, right. I'm not using the tank. I forgot. Yeah, I'm assuming that the level is... I mean, until I'm proven otherwise, I'll just run through straight. Yeah, I feel like I'm taking less damage so far, and I'm probably not really moving any slower. I'm not having to stop for explosions. You really cannot see shit, though. You're just kind of at the mercy of like, well, I'm seeing gunfire from over there. Jesus. Kind of stun lock them, use some auto aim. Hope for the best. Oh my god. I'm getting stun locked. It hit shit all of a sudden. The fact that you cannot fire your gun when you're getting hit is, yeah, kind of infuriating. Hey, what's up, Sean? We're playing Secret Agent. Okay, moving. Oh. I think that's really gonna help. Big aim mode. I heard explosions and the screen was shaking. I'm not sure what killed me or what happened there. I mean, I was obviously low on health. I might have just taken a shot, but... Oh, no, there was an explosion. Okay. I guess someone fired grenades from behind me. So I think what I'll try is I will try moving straight through the roadblock on the left side instead of taking a right. Because that's the part where there were a few too enemies in a slightly too open space. Hit, but there we go. Yeah, the objectives here seem... We gotta meet Valentine, but otherwise seem kind of straightforward. This guy's just rolling down the street. I didn't mean to hit that guy. Oh, or that guy. That's fine. It's just two of them. Ah, the first guy survived even. We only killed one person. There's like people here somewhere. So if you're fighting like one or maybe two guys at a time, it's not too bad. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a person or scenery. Again, typically the visibility is probably slightly better on what you guys are seeing versus the screen I'm looking at. But it's pretty marginal. Yeah, please don't give me hints or tell me what's going on. I literally just asked you to not explain stuff. I'm just exploring and trying to figure shit out. Okay, at least as long as I'm not taking a direct hit. Be mostly fine. They're not gonna have the sense to like not use a rocket just because I'm close, are they? Nope. Clearly not. Alright, okay. Well, I still think that routing is more successful than what I tried before. it's hard to, like, I think I should maybe be a little more aggressive with the, like, I'm trying to conserve ammo a little bit and being optimistic that I can, if not kill with a single burst, at least sort of stun lock them long enough to get closer. It's really quite annoying when they kind of pile up. So an enemy that's already dead. Oh my god, that's really bad. Ends up acting like a shield for whoever is behind them. So let me just check if, because I never did actually go here. I was kind of expecting this to be just a little alleyway, but whole ass thing, huh? The leaning is also like, I don't know, not super great. Okay, so that's probably the interior we saw there in the intro. Presumably a thing. Is that where Valentine's hold up, maybe? Oh, there we go. Hello. Ah, Mr. Bond, I see you have eluded the clutches of military intelligence. Yes, but General Ormov has taken Natalia. I saw the car. He's taking the girl to a disused military depot not far from here. The space is there. Simple phone call and my men will delay them. What's in it for you, Valentine? Business is business, Mr. Bond. I have to see my competitors out of action. Well, okay, that's that. Oh, we'll figure that out. Like, leaning would be great if it felt like you were less vulnerable by leaning around a corner versus simply stepping out of it. Like, enemies will still see you instantly and you will still be every bit as vulnerable. Oh, so that increased the timer and we're kind of back at the beginning. I see. Like, realistically, logically, obviously, either you're in cover or not. Like, leaning out of cover doesn't, like, magically hide you. But in, like, video game mechanics, that's typically how it tends to kind of work. Alright, okay. I guess that guy has a rocket launcher. What's up, Father Axe Keeper? No, you didn't miss much. You missed about 4 or 5 failed attempts at this level, and that's about it. Wonder how they did the light on the floor. Yeah, there were a few other stages, or there was at least one instance that had some similar kind of fancy fake lighting. I'm sure there's plenty of Vertex painting for all kinds of stuff. And there was they've been like some decals of things, but mostly like cracks in the wall and stuff. I don't know if they've had. But there's some stuff that I don't remember what it was, but I recall seeing it and thinking it might have been some kind of decal texture for a shadow. But it could also have been, in some cases, like almost Doom style extra geometry, or like an actual polygon. Like, you can see the shadow being cast on the building there. Like this right here, that definitely, it's just Vertex. Well, not Vertex lighting exactly, but Vertex colors, I guess. But there's definitely instances of it being used a little more finesse. Extra black and white and Vertex colors is color. I know the PS2 typically does that. But I suppose it's not a hardware, like, it's just a general Like, it's not a hardware specific technique, it's just a general texture memory preservation technique. So I'm sure it's a mix. Like, obviously the character textures and even some of the environment, like some of the environment textures for sure have RGB. Like, you look at the rusty metal fence here. There's too much color variation for that. But a lot of these, like, bricks and concrete and stuff very easily could be monochrome. So it could be a mix of, like, either they have... I mean, yeah, here's some of those shadows. So this presumably is just extra geometry, right? To tint per polygon. And they could probably afford it because it's such a tiny little room that it doesn't affect the overall, like, number of visible faces. Right, so do I forget, there's no exit. No. Greetings, Madman Dog. Oh yeah, there's probably like a bit of a combination of techniques. Like, yeah, all this stuff seems very plausibly monochromatic and just tinted. So presumably, like, because the vertex colors would be multiplied, you could you could add both color tint and, like, shadows. You wouldn't need, like, multiple color sets or something like that. But you would still probably also have, yeah, there's some more, like, extra geometry, presumably. Depending on the situation or which textures you're using, combination of, like, RGB textures and black and white textures. Cannot see shit. I kind of don't want to leave myself too open to the guys on the right. Well, let's just make a mad dash. Try not to get stuck getting shot. And I used a lot of ammo. Try to pick up some ammo. Exactly what I wanted. Yeah, I think it's fun though. Like, there's some techniques that you wouldn't have obviously been. Alright, let's not stand next to a wall. Very cognizant of, but as soon as you learn, like, okay, that's maybe not the best strat. I can have a rocket launcher by the time I get there, but I don't know if it's. I guess that would be the one spot where it's not a bad idea to use it. Like, it's always intriguing to see, like, technical breakdowns of stuff, but I think it's, for me, I mean, partially, I'm kind of more interested in sort of lower fidelity 3D art and techniques than, like, modern AAA stuff, at least. But it's also just kind of nice when you have stuff where you can more easily you can just look at it and kind of see. Now, I mean, you can't find all the answers just by looking at it, but you can look at it and perform some kind of analysis based on what you're seeing, like, without having to get super technical or breaking things down. I think it's fun. But it's also, like, I think it's cool, like, having some slightly deeper technical understanding of even older, like, techniques. Or, I mean, I guess especially those techniques, like, gives you a lot of additional appreciation for what they achieved and how they did it. What's up, Nikita? All right. So the tank seems like a waste of time. I don't see how that's going to help us, to be perfectly frank. And it's an awesome thing that it's in the game, but it's not. I don't even feel like I'm getting ripped off by not getting to use it. It's like, you know what? It's kind of less fun to drive it, and shooting is awkward. Like, if the level had been kind of more tailored to actually the strengths and weaknesses of it, but I don't kind of really feel like it is. I did use the tank on runway, and it did kind of help there. I cleared that stage first try. Actually, I cleared like every stage first try, up until we bunker 2? I forget. All right. Some Russian dude. I just fucking walked next to the fire. I cannot be held responsible if some Russian soldier just starts exploding civilians on the street. It's good whenever they perform like commando roles. Sort of keeps them occupied, not shooting for a full like 2 seconds. Where'd that guy even go? I have a grenade launcher. That guy just disappeared. Alright, I'm taking a lot of hits because they're all getting close and they're shooting and they're still knocking me, and this is really bad. Maybe I should trust that their aim isn't great at that kind of distance. Well, I say as I'm fucking getting sniped. Well, I can say for a fact that my aim isn't great from that kind of distance, so... Take this just for scouting purposes. I did make it around this corner up here, and there was some kind of explosive threat, as I recall, or maybe I was just getting sniped. Oh, okay. There's a lob it a little bit more. I will die in like a shot here, so... Something exploded literally where I was standing. I don't know if there was a guy right in front of me shooting grenades or what was happening. Yeah, I remember. I mean, I'm most likely, whenever I played this game at the time, I would have most likely have only just been playing on agent difficulty. Just based on my general recollection of the game. So whenever I play this level, like what I remember of this level is driving the tank, or at least a level, and I'm assuming it's this one. But yeah, that seems like a complete liability. But if you have like double the HP, enemies are garbage, you don't have to bother with any objectives. Yeah, on agent, it probably does make sense to grab the tank. You can just go through it without really thinking of anything, but it seems not at all viable here. But it's cool that it's there. Like, that was exciting to find it on runway and in other stages too, where there's like, wow, there's like a whole section. Like in the dam level, there's like this whole little dock section with this little jetty like behind the towers, the lighthouses or whatever they are at the end. I was like, dude, I don't think I've ever seen that part of the map. Like, it doesn't fulfill any purpose, but the fact that it's there is so cool. So it's really neat to like discover those kinds of things, and having something as involved as a drivable tank as a little essentially bonus thing is like pretty sick. But I'm happy to like just leave it aside if it's gonna help me actually clear the level. Got an N64 on the way from Japan. Nice. Yeah, Japan N64s seem like a bit of a hassle. Not uniquely or the most of any console, but enough to discourage me from ever really wanting to get one. I'd love to have one, but I'm not in the market to buy one because you basically need hardware modifications to get RGB out of them. There's like weird discrepancies with controller compatibilities between regions. There's a bunch of other stuff like that that just makes it feel like too much of a hassle to bother with. But I think I'm also just like, I have a collection of stuff and it's 2023 and there's like a lot of factors combining to make it feel like less of a viable option to start buying consoles at this point, for me personally. Like the PC Engine that I got a few years ago could very well end up being the last new console I end up getting. Like maybe I'll get another PS2 to replace the one I have or something like that, but like getting a new system to start getting into collecting, you know. Maybe I would like to have a Dreamcast, because I have a couple of Dreamcast games. I mean, I have a Dreamcast, but it's broken. But then it's PAL, which kind of makes things a bit more annoying, etc., etc. But for those willing to go through the trouble, I'm sure it's rewarding. I mean, with N64 in particular, emulation is so dodgy that it's legitimately, like, a good argument could be made for the, like, justification of spending that money and effort. But I don't personally have enough of an interest in enough games for it to justify it for me. But nice to have for sure. No idea how you got through this on 00. Yeah, I mean, being a kid and having time and having patience and having no frame of reference for, like... You play this now and there's so many things, there's like, wow, this is insane. How did it, like... How did this end up this way? How is this designed this way? But you obviously aren't going to come at it with that perception as a kid or in 1997. Yeah, there's like stuff you can do. More and more consoles are getting these kinds of HDMI mods and stuff. Like it's legitimately exciting, and it's an exciting time to be into old console hardware, because more and more stuff happens with ODEs and HDMI mods and various cool things that people come up with. But even so, like, the reason I was able to kind of justify getting into the PC Engine, let's see if this is actually, I think this is plugged in, yeah. Nicely caked in dust. Haven't used it in a while. Well, I haven't dusted it off in a while, I should say. Using it doesn't really de-dust it. This thing right here, the SD System 3, because not only does this let me play Q card and CD games off of an SD card, it also has an RGB video output. So it has like everything I need to play PC Engine games on real hardware. And then the PC Engine is like nice in that way, in the way it's constructed allows you to have external devices to plug in that give you stuff like RGB output. But for a long time, before that kind of product existed, I had resigned myself to never getting a PC Engine, or especially never a CD, because they're pretty expensive, and much like the Mega CD, like if you get one now, you have to get a refurbished one, because if there exists like an actual console from that time where the hardware is all still there and functional, it is literally a matter of time before it will not be and will need refurbishing. So either you have to know how to do that stuff, or you have to pay someone to do it, or you have to buy a device that's already been serviced, and like all those options are difficult or expensive or both. So getting a PC Engine CD or like a Duo that's refurbished, like it would be $500 or so, and that's on top of like the price you'd have to pay for any of the games. Obviously there are cheap games, but PC Engine, if it ever was, it isn't anymore really the kind of system where you can buy a dozen games for nothing. Anything you might actually legitimately want is gonna cost some money. I would say it's probably comparable to the Mega Drive in that sense. And that device I paid, I don't know, I guess with the console hardware and the SD system and everything, it ended up being roughly $300 to $400 probably. So that was still cheaper than any other kind of options. Well, Nikita, this device is essentially that, right? Because I can play games off an SD card. But you can't, like, I don't think it's very viable to do a physical flash card that just slots into the Hue card slot. I'm not really sure how that would, I mean, I guess you could make it work, but it's like, I don't know why you would bother. But yeah, like that's basically what that is. It's a flash card that happens to plug into the console in such a way that it additionally offers you stuff like RGB video output, which isn't available on the console natively. HDMI mod is different from a composite to HDMI converter. I would say that depends on the systems. A lot of systems where you have something like that, you sort of tap into some kind of RGB video signal on the PCB. So you sort of convert it to HDMI earlier in the chain before the console itself has kind of shot it out to the video output. But for some systems, I guess it's more you just take the video output and it converts it to HDMI. I'm not an expert, I don't have any of those kinds of devices, but from what I understand, there are devices that literally just plug in the back. Like for the GameCube, I think there's stuff that you can convert if you have an early revision GameCube that has the digital video out. It'll convert that to HDMI, which is, as I understand it, much more of a straightforward conversion that isn't really like the video signal's already not like it hasn't been tampered with exactly, but like it's not degraded by the time it reaches that output, so you can convert that pretty easily. And you can obviously get like a PS2 like PlayStation AV out to HDMI dongle kind of thing, but I think that's pretty like the sort of bottom of the barrel as far as that kind of stuff goes. But it goes like from that end of the spectrum to like soldering stuff onto the PCB and adding in an HDMI port to the back of the system. But ultimately, like every system is so different in terms of how it handles the video signals and what it outputs and everything. So you couldn't really say across the board like this is how those kinds of things work. It's kind of different for each console as far as I understand it. Yeah, the N64 stuff, like I said, like especially like I was aware, but I was, I guess, not super aware until I was setting this up, just how clunky and tedious and like unreliable it is to get like proper N64 emulation. So if N64 games was something I was more interested in or felt like more of a concern, I would definitely like at least do a little bit more research as to what it would entail. Like if I wanted to play N64 games, like what would I have to do, what would I have to get. So I mean, never say never, I guess. Right now I have a PS1 that I don't really use because I use my PS2 instead for PS1 games. I have a Saturn, and I wouldn't want to pop an ODE into any of those replacing the disk drive because I still have hundreds of discs that I play and I want to be able to play. But it's nice to know, like in the future, when those discs probably aren't readable anymore, there's going to be an option. But the thing that I find really exciting is the stuff that there was a lot of talk about when it was first kind of figured out, and then I haven't really heard much about it since. But using the like a completely non-destructive method of plugging a device into the like the BCD card expansion port on the back of the Saturn to load games, like side load them basically. And that's like the ultimate, like being able to load games off of an SD card without compromising the actual disk drive. And that's part of why I got that PlayStation 2 thing that lets you load games from an SD card from the memory card slot. I still haven't tried it. I still haven't played around with it at all, but it's a cool idea that we might actually, I don't know, actually, when we play games for Games Bond, I don't think there's going to be anything that's PS2 exclusive. I think everything that's on PS2 is also on Xbox, and I have an Xbox that's soft modded, so that's easy. Well, and I have at least some of the games on actual disc too. But yeah, having more options for those kinds of things I think is super cool. And speaking of, they just announced the MemCard Pro for PS2, which is like extremely exciting because I have the MemCard Pro for PS1 and it's really a lifesaver for PS1 games. And at the time it was sort of, they kind of said that, well, the PS, like having this also work for PS2 is not going to be viable because of like the power consumption requirements for the FPGA that would have to be included to support the PS2 functionality was just not there or whatever. But they figured it out, I guess, and they put out a pre-order. I forget who makes them, but the MemCard Pro for PS1 it was like $30 or something, and it lets you slot a little SD card, a micro SD, into a memory card for the PS1, and it has Wi-Fi, so I can use a web interface to like slot between all the virtual memory cards stored on the SD. Yeah, 8-bit mods. That's it. Thank you. And it's super duper convenient. And if you have an ODE, it's like it can also automatically check the title of the game and like sort the games automatically and just slot in a virtual memory card specific to that game. So it might get a little troublesome if you want to share saves between games to, like, I don't know, get a funny line in Metal Gear Solid or whatever. But in terms of like general convenience, it's super duper nice. So at this point, I've not really run into trouble with storage space on PS2 games, but that's also because I have like 45 PS2 games that I haven't played yet. So knowing that I can just stick an SD card to store all those saves, not have to worry about space, is really nice. Not to mention, it'll also allow you to transfer saves from a PC, which could be quite convenient. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting that. And so I think the PS1 MemCard Pro was $30 or $40, and I think the PS2 one was $10 more. So for me, it's like a very affordable solution for a very real problem that I have, at least. So it's like the use case is very obvious. But depending on how you do stuff, you know, your mileage may vary. Yeah, Nikita, for sure, like emulation not really working can be a good incentive. Like Saturn seems to be getting better all the time, and I still feel amazed when I watch people stream Saturn games via emulation, because in my mind that's like one of those systems that's just supposed to not be emulatable. Xbox is like that too, I guess. Dreamcast for me is like not that important, because there aren't, like, for a time in history the Dreamcast was like the system. But I feel like at this point there are so few exclusives or games that are the best on the Dreamcast that it doesn't really warrant too much money and effort to play them. Like, it was a great place to play a lot of like SNK and Capcom arcade games, but it's like obviously you wouldn't have any incentive to play the Dreamcast version of any of those specifically these days. Even Sega arcade stuff was like not necessarily all there, and far from all of them, of course, but like some amount of first-party Sega stuff has ended up being ported to other consoles and to PC and everything too. So I'm sure if you know, made that effort, you could still find dozens of interesting exclusives, but it still like doesn't really compare to PlayStation or Saturn or, well, most of the systems that I'm more into. But yeah, cool to have. That's undeniable. Yeah, there's definitely, you know, I'm not super knowledgeable about it, but from what I understand, there is definitely a big difference between a little dongle that'll convert it'll take the composite signal and shoot it through something that you can plug into an HDMI port, versus actually kind of piggybacking onto the video signal on the motherboard of the console and like actually doing something with it to make better use of the, you know, the HDMI kind of format. But yeah, sometimes hardware purchases like that aren't always about like what's the most convenient or what's the most meaningful or what's the most necessary thing. I've been continuing to browse Surugaya for interesting deals while they have their insane free shipping campaign. And I noticed I could get a Wii U console with no cables or accessories in troublesome condition, which, as we have learned, can mean there might be one little stain on it for like 700 yen. I have a Wii U, but it's a PAL one, and it does actually have some, like, I haven't bothered looking into any of the like soft modding stuff for Wii U or for Wii stuff. I know it's like a whole thing. Well, it's more like two whole things. Hope I got that guy, I'm not sure. But I actually have a few Japanese Wii games. And there's a few others I would like to get, like, say, Crazy Climber Wii. So basically, you know, just to have like, if I'm paying 700 yen and it'll allow me, and if I can plug in my existing power cables and AV and everything else, and it'll let me play Japanese Wii games, you know, maybe that's worth it. Yeah, the thing is, like, I remember installing the Homebrew channel on a Wii in like 2009, and it was simple enough, straightforward. But I can feel it's a little bit daunting just to kind of get into all the research and, you know, into everything, how it works, what it requires, and all the kind of... Oh, I guess that guy died. The things you have to be aware of, and like there's so many different sort of permutations on what you can do and how it all works that it's like it feels a little bit... feels like work. But I will say specifically, there are like some apparent differences with region, like not just talking about region locking, but like the alright, just explosions everywhere. Like the video outputs and like the PAL shit. Oh, okay. That I'm not entirely sure if you can completely circumvent, even with like if you soft mod a Wii U in its Wii mode or in the Wii U mode or whatever, to let you play games of any region, or maybe even load games off of SD or a USB drive or what have you. I'm not confident that you can actually have it play like NTSC video correctly. Like it's also, I want to say there's some weird like resolution stuff, like playing, because having a Wii U is ostensibly better than a Wii because it has HDMI, like it has digital output. So you should be able to get like a progressive signal and everything. But I remember there being some like weirdness with it. And potentially, like setting aside all the soft modding stuff, just knowing the hardware and the signal it outputs, if having an NTSC region system can help with that. 700 yen is like a laughably inconsequential amount of money to spend on that. Yeah, the Wii U cannot run GameCube discs. I don't know, actually. I assume that if you use homebrew, sideload, whatchamacallit, that kind of stuff, I would assume that if you boot up a Wii U in Wii mode, it could still play GameCube games. But I'm actually not sure if it's some kind of whitelisting situation. Yeah, kind of what opponent's saying. Like, possible? Sure, but is it viable? Maybe a different story. But I don't have a Wii either. It's like, but I do have a GameCube. But it's a PAL GameCube. It's a cheap, non digital video output GameCube. But I have an RGB cable for it, so I can play an RGB. I guess it's just like the only thing I can't do per se is that I couldn't get 480p. But I have no idea how many games even support that. Yeah, that's the other thing, and I think that's kind of like, again, I don't know any of this stuff very well, but I remember watching some like Digital Foundry type stuff talking about it. But the there are some aspects of the visuals playing Wii stuff on a Wii U versus a Wii, and as I understand it, some of that is just like exacerbated on the PAL systems. I'm stuck! Okay, I somehow survived that, but... Shot at. More... There's like 5 of them! Where the fuck did these guys come from? Got a little pile of civilians for good measure. Is that these guys that were stationed over there? So confused by this level. It seems like sometimes there have been guys with rocket launchers here, and sometimes, like this time, they all had rifles. I'm getting mixed up. Yeah, there's too many guys shooting. Yeah, there's no way I can survive that. I'm gonna have to be more careful and just stay around the corner. I actually found a PS2 component cable that I had lying around while I was cleaning up in my apartment. I remember in my current setup, or in my, well, not current setup, but with my current capture card, I think I still had a different upscaler situation. But I remember setting my PS2 up with component and having some trouble with it. As I recall, I couldn't get PS1 games to work. And in my memory, I reached the conclusion that PS1 games like basically couldn't work with component, and I've since, like, after that I remember getting the impression that that's not actually true, but there might be some other hoops to jump through, and I never really went back to kind of investigate that further, because I play more PS1 games than PS2 games on my PS2. So it would be very inconvenient if I have to like switch cables or fuck around with it, because you have to switch like settings on the system too. But I think more likely it was something with my then capture setup that wasn't like set up correctly, or it's like defaulted to a different resolution. It was something. Yeah, that makes sense, Sean. Like, that's the thing. There's no reason to think that that couldn't work. But then you never know. If you try to watch a DVD from a PS2 and you're using a SCART cable, the picture will be green because it's copy protection. Actually, it's true even for PS3, which is like absurd. So you can never be too sure about crazy things like that. And with PS2, there's not a, like, at least without custom BIOS stuff, there's not a tremendous amount of games that support progressive scan, but for the ones that do, it's extremely nice to have the option. And in fact, we've been playing some of those like Neo Geo, well, not Neo Geo, but like SNK games. We played like KOF 11 and Neo Geo Battle Coliseum 94 Rebound. And I think all of those, they look really bad because they have a lot of weird deinterlacing issues. I mean, everything on PS2 has weird deinterlacing issues, but some games are more kind of sensitive to it than others. So being able to play those in progressive scan would help tremendously. So I'm definitely going to have to look into it. Plus, not to mention that if I hook up my PS2 with component, that frees up one slot in my... I have a little 3-port SCART switcher, and I have like 5 cables that I'm switching between. So not having to like change cables for everything there is pretty nice. Although I've actually been looking, before the summer, I started looking at buying one of those proper powered SCART splitter things that cost like $300, so that I can finally use my CRT, which is standing here and I'm not using it. And that would, like, I could buy one that has like 8 inputs. That would eliminate the need for physically switching stuff around too, which would be great. But I've been spending so much money on other stuff this summer that I've decided that, like, nah, I can't justify buying this thing now. But I wanted to do it a few years ago, but then during COVID, everything became stupidly expensive and unavailable. So I just kind of put it off. But it wasn't long ago, earlier this year, like in the spring, but I just on a whim decided to look around at that stuff and realized, like, oh shit, I guess a lot of this stuff is just in stock now. You can just order it. But yeah, that exactly, Sean. Like, it's, you have to do so much homework that it, like, if you have a setup that works, it's very nice to just kind of keep going with it and like not bother too much. And that's the thing with the old Wii U thing. Like, yeah, there's a lot more to do, but like, if I get a Japanese Wii U system and I can just plug it in and it'll work, it will allow me to play Japanese Wii games. Maybe it's not ideal, maybe it's not perfect, but it'll work. Because I bought for no real reason, I got the Japanese version of the Wii Dead Rising game. I got it, and then I kind of like realized, I can't say I was like surprised, but I kind of figured, like, you know what, I don't actually have a way to play this. But oh well, I'm happy to have it. So then I ended up buying the PAL version later anyway when I wanted to stream it. So I have the PAL version and the Japanese version of that game. But like I said, Crazy Climber for the Wii is a Japan exclusive, and I'm sure there's plenty of other Wii games that are either Japanese exclusive or stuff that I could just pick up for dirt cheap. And being able to play those without having to fuck around with other stuff is it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, the Dead Rising on Wii is a good game. It's not like, it's a different type of game altogether, but it's such a novel, bizarre thing. But it's absolutely a good game. It's it doesn't really like you know, have any of the stuff that makes Dead Rising great, but it's a cool game in its own right. Like, beyond the obvious fact that it's better than Dead Rising 4, because Dead Rising 4 is a pile of shit, I wouldn't even bother trying to rank it or rate it relative to the real Dead Rising games, because it's just, I mean, it's basically the equivalent of trying to rank Resident Evil Dead Aim, Resident Evil, like, Umbrella Chronicles, and the Resident Evil board game in a list of, like, what's the best Resident Evil game. It's just like such a different thing. Yeah, I'm not, it's not a qualitative statement. I'm not saying one is better than the other. That's the entire point. I'm saying you can't compare them. You can't say one is better than the other because there's such different things altogether. You can say that they're both sick. But yeah, like, I remember at some point I did contemplate looking into some of that soft modding stuff to get it up and running on the Wii U, and it was just like, I remember looking at it just enough to go like, ugh, I can't be bothered with this. Anyway, this is not going great, is it? I don't feel like we're getting much closer to any degree of success here. But I think probably, like, the struggle that I'm having, I mean, aside from being blown up by grenades, is that a lot of the time we're in, like, very open spaces, and I'm being, like, sniped. And there's a bunch of enemies coming at me at once. I don't know how much of a factor time is, to be perfectly frank. Like, obviously we haven't failed a mission for running out of time. I don't know how close we have been to the end of it. I don't know how concerned we need to be with the time. I think probably I have been sort of maybe not have been as methodical and careful as I should be. There's at least been a few times where I quite clearly found myself in the middle of a gunfight and I was like, you know what? I'm being shot at by 5 guys at once, and that's not a viable situation. And the way to avoid that is like drawing them out, not putting myself, like not standing in the middle of the street, basically. Stuff like this, being a little more careful. Somehow got that guy with like 1 stray bullet. Like, it makes sense that they had to make this street like pretty open to accommodate the tank. But it's funny that it kind of makes dealing with the soldiers significantly trickier. So see, this guy sometimes had a grenade launcher. Doesn't seem to be the case now. Those guys have rockets now. They didn't always before. So maybe I need to hang back here and not get sniped. Yeah, wait for these guys to... Grenade launcher. So I wonder if I can use the same strat here. Someone is running up to me. Oh. He aimed. Oh yeah, because I wasn't standing as far out from the corner when he locked onto me, so that's why the rocket hit the corner of the building instead of shooting past, and that means the explosion hurt me. So now there's people over here too. Not sure if more people are spawning, but leading out like that seems to leave me like relatively safe. But I have like a split second to try to hit something. And time seems like it would be a factor at this point. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm exposing myself a little bit too much here, I think. Yeah, okay. And of course, as soon as anyone fires a rocket, the frame rate just tanks. I wasn't very successful, but I still feel like that's the closest I've been to having a viable approach. But it's so fucked that it's like, it's not just one rocket launcher guy, there's 3 of them. Alright, start missing it. Oh. You know what? I'm taking too much damage here. Try again. I was immediately impatient and I didn't do that sensibly. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this level to be this rough. I was thinking like we'd have a nice little mix of really bad stealth stages, and like pretty straightforward run and gun stages. Hasn't really borne out that way. Ah! The way you get stun locked is like the most annoying ass thing. Do I like the Time Splitters games? I actually own Time Splitters 2 somehow, but I've like barely played it. I haven't really played any of them. They never really interested or appealed to me. Like when this game was current, I was playing Quake, and when Time Splitters was current, I was playing fighting games. So I wasn't really ever in the market. Every mission after Bunker 2 has been rescuing Natalia. Yeah, it's like either we are imprisoned, or we're rescuing someone, or we're escaping, or like various permutations on Bond and or Natalia being captured and or escaping and or being rescued. Yeah. I don't have a lot of ammo, but I didn't want to start running around in front of the window where they were shooting. Yeah, I feel like Time Splitters 2 is the one that like people actually care about. Ostensibly, the new Time Splitters is still in the works, right? Like some of the original dudes were working on something, and it was like there was some sort of announcement around it. That was like a few years ago. So the first one didn't really have like story campaign mission stuff. Oh, okay, so this guy, yeah, look at my health. Cool. Oh, I was standing in the, well, okay, cool. It took like a full second for the fire to manifest, but then once it did, I already took like 80% damage from the explosion. So I forgot that it would summon a forest fire that would also keep draining my health. Man, this game kind of sucks. There's obviously a lot of cool shit in it, but it's like fucking unhinged and weird and terrible in a lot of ways. It having like the worst explosions in a video game is nothing new, though. I felt very strongly about that even in 1997. Well, I didn't take a ton of damage, at least. I do remember, coincidentally, watching some video that showed off a bunch of, like, the characters in the Time Splitters games. And I think that's, like... I'm not in love with the art direction, but especially now there's, like, a quaintness to the very, like, early 2000s aesthetic of it. And like just having a roster of like fun, colorful video game characters is such a like you don't get that in games nowadays. So that's definitely an aspect that has a decent amount of appeal. But yeah, I have it on GameCube, and not only do I not have my GameCube set up, the thought of playing it on a GameCube controller is also not terribly appealing to me. But obviously, if I really wanted to play Time Splitters 2, I guess I could just get it set up on my Xbox. Because that was on everything, right? I believe it was. Oh, I don't mind the GameCube controller, but I wouldn't want to play a first-person shooter on it. I got him. Oh, you can even play it on Series X. Well, actually, you know what? I probably have it on Xbox, because if it's backward compat, they probably gave it away with gold at some point. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've seen it on sale too. So that's probably what I would do. Even though I could download it and put it on my original Xbox, I could also pay like 3 or 4 euros to play it on my Series X, and that would easily be the most practical and convenient way to play it. Yeah, I've definitely seen it on sale, like, now that you mention it. But it is interesting, though, like, with the original Xbox back and patch stuff, like, pricing is kind of all over the place. Because you have stuff that's, like... I have, like, the Xbox Sid Meier's Pirates remake and, like, Jade Empire and a few things like that in my wish list. And every now and then, it's, like, shows up and it's on sale and it's down from, you know, 10 euros to 250. And then you have stuff like Dead or Alive 3 and Otogi and Panzer Dragoon Orta. He's gonna explode probably. He held a grenade, I think. And those are like 20 euros and they're like rarely, if ever, on discount. Yeah, I can't really stand here sniping if there's someone shooting at me, and I can't see him through the fog, so I think I might have got him. Basically, I need to align so that he's like in my reticle when I step out. Like burning precious time here too. Whoa, that was way too. Both of them. I might have killed him. Kind of infuriating. Oh, that's a rocket launcher, a grenade launcher guy. Dude, I fucking got stuck on nothing. What's happening? Dropped a grenade. I was like holding forward in the middle of the street, and I just got stuck. No, yeah, okay, they're right. 2 minutes. I need some faster. I'm dead. Survived it, but fucking smoke. It's gonna take an hour to clear. Maybe. Yeah. Like, maybe I just need to stay out there and trust the auto aim. I just... The fact that there's... Well, the fact that there's 3 of them doesn't help. But even when I try to get to the first one, like isolating the one rocket guy, like the rate of fire on the rocket, like basically he shoots a missile and I eke out like, you know, a burst basically. And then I have to hide because the rocket's passing me by. And by the time I'm like, I've safely avoided the rocket, he's basically readied up the next one. So I never get more than like a second to aim and shoot. So I don't know, that the fault is probably on my part for like my sort of timing and the sort of cycles I'm attempting to hit. Maybe that could be better. The problem is, like, if I'm trying to put myself out there to have more time to shoot, I'm exposing myself to 3 rocket guys, which not only obviously means more rockets fired towards me, how is that guy still alive? It also means more time spent with giant plumes of smoke covering the street, which fucks up visibility and the frame rate. You bought an Xbox game on the Series X store, but you didn't have it on the 360. That's weird. Yeah, I had an experience recently where we were going to play Darkstalkers Resurrection on PS3, and my PS3 just claimed that I didn't own the game, and we spent like an hour trying to go through my like purchase history to find it, because I definitely have purchased the game. We did a system update to make sure I was on the latest firmware so I can connect to PSN, and then we like went through my like purchase history on PSN back to like 2011 or whatever, and we found something that was like just a combination of letters and numbers, like, oh, maybe this is the file, and we tried downloading that and installing it, and the PS3 got like stuck in a loop trying to install it, and then we booted up the game and nope. I still just had the demo. So there's some weirdness going on like that. But if it's anything, like if it's a digital title like that, personally I don't really have a use case for playing it on a 360 over my Series X. Obviously I still keep my 360 around for everything that isn't on the store, like all my disc games and everything else, but at least that specific scenario is not really an issue for me. But yeah, for sure, like, Xbox has generally been much better with everything to do with that kind of stuff. Can't see what I'm shooting at, but there's usually a guy standing there. In fact, did we get lucky? Did we get, like, just rifle guys this time? Yeah, I guess so. That's so fucked up. Like 3 guys with rocket launchers versus 3 guys with AKs is like it's a pretty big difference. Even these guys don't appear to have rockets. The run? Well, let's see if we can fucking hit something. 20 bullets. 2. Okay. Someone's exploding something. That could have been a car or a hand grenade. No one's continuing to shoot rockets at us. I think that guy just killed those dudes. Sick. Oh, one of them made it. I mean, no, I get it. Obviously, it's not a defense of stuff not working. I'm just basically expressing relief that I'm unlikely to get tripped up by that specific scenario, personally. All right, let's cut across here. And hide behind this corner. All right, we're in uncharted territory here for sure. But we still have almost 3 minutes. And we've covered quite a lot of ground. Like, levels tend to be geographically quite contained. So there might not be too much left. Oh, these are the mines. I was like, hey, what's with all these manhole covers? Oh, wait, right, there were mines. I can't believe the frame rate's holding up as well as it did through all of that, but... That was a grenade. Yep, okay, that's what I was afraid of. I'm getting stuck! Getting stuck on the sidewalk. I don't know if it's this D-pad getting weird. Like hitting diagonals or something, but you would think holding forward and right couldn't make you just stop. Okay, we're down to about a minute. Okay, it just despawned. No, it just... Okay, I see. It didn't despawn. It just got a darker tint. But blended in with the street, but it didn't quite get destroyed. Okay, we still got almost a minute. Good luck fucking seeing which mines are still here. No time for this shit. Okay, a little gate could be an exit. It looks like the end of a map. I guess we did it. We got it. Okay. Well, all we needed was for the game to randomly not give enemies a bunch of rocket launchers. And it was a million times... Well, I shouldn't even say easier, more doable. Oh, man. Every time I would just be like, oh, the next mission probably shouldn't be that bad, right? It throws this shit at us. Oh, we got it. We got it. So you say you never seen that. Have you never seen the lucky drop of getting machine gun enemies, or never seen just getting a bunch of rocket launcher enemies? Because the rocket launchers are like fucked. It's like, how do you even deal with that? Yeah, because it was, I mean, there was at least once, I feel like, where either path had rocket launcher guys, but I could be easily just conflating the attempts. Never seen no rocket dudes. I mean, presumably, well, we didn't get no rocket guys. There were definitely rockets eventually, just not on that particular path. But it's probably what you're saying, Sean, like, in that particular attempt, if I'd taken another path, I would have probably bumped into rocket guys. But it could be that, like, as soon as you see rocket guys, you just know, all right, I'm taking the other path, and you're maybe guaranteed to have machine gun guys over there. Not sure. Not sure. Either way, we fucking made it. I know we definitely saw them on both paths, period, like across all the different attempts. What I'm saying is, I feel like there was one attempt where I dodged the rocket guys and I went around the corner and there were more rocket guys. But because I was very flustered and all the attempts kind of blend together, I can't say for sure like that's what happened. But that's the thing, like, when you're not particularly cognizant of the kind of static elements and what to expect from them, the randomized elements or the kind of variable elements aren't going to stand out to you. Basically, you're not going to have a distinction between the reliably static stuff and the stuff that's going to be different every time. So it makes it kind of feel like everything is different every time, or at the very least, you're going to have a harder time locking down the aspects that you know to be the same every time, so you can kind of trust them to be predictable. And I don't think that conceptually is like a bad thing, you know, across the board. that like you shouldn't design it like that. But it's a little bit frustrating to kind of come to grips with. It's a very different type of experience. Like trying to just relate this to any other first-person shooter game I would have played. Especially, I guess, the fact that you feel so kind of, in a way, ill-equipped to deal with, like, adapting to the situation. What's up, Green K4? Greetings, greetings. Thank you very much for the good luck. I can use it. I just feel like in general it's kind of a I don't know, it's hard to say, and I feel like it's a game that is meant to like be played and replayed, and a lot of the stuff that I'm kind of reacting to with frustration, maybe with a little bit of time, a little bit of repetition, you won't feel it so bad. Or, you know, it can be one of those things where I feel like you see people like streamers or, you know, clips of people playing video games on the internet where someone will complete, and I've been guilty of this, I'm sure too, like someone finishes a puzzle or like solves a problem, and then their immediate reaction is to go, how the hell was I supposed to know that? How was I supposed to figure that out? And it's like, well, I don't know how you were supposed to figure it out, but you did. So it's like, you weren't actually kept from solving it. You did solve it. But sometimes having a little bit of friction and resistance to solving a problem can make it feel like it's like not meant to be solved. And then even if you do solve it, the kind of feeling of success and elation of figuring it out can be still overshadowed by that frustration of not having gotten it. So the feeling you leave it with is like, yeah, that puzzle was, you know, it had me stumped. Or in this case, you know, the randomness or like the guards in the bunker stage, whatever, it's like, oh, it's fucked up, there's no way to get through it. And it's like, well, I did eventually, right? And it's not, in the grand scheme of things, like, yeah, maybe it took an hour, and that's like a very significant speed bump in a game with like 5-minute levels where you might have completed a bunch of them first try. But it's not as if you look at it and go like, well, yeah, no, that's messed up, that couldn't work. Like, maybe it's not ideal, but it's a, you know, it's not black and white, right? But at the same time, you know, everything, you know, the perception is reality, right? Like if something feels a certain way, then it doesn't really matter what it was in actuality, and that goes both ways. If something feels like you just got by the skin of your teeth, it can be really exciting no matter how large of a margin for error you actually had. But if you get frustrated with something, even if there could have been an easy way around it, or even if like by some objective measure you actually did just fine, if the feeling you had was one of frustration, that's probably going to be what sticks with you. I'm going to need to take a very short bathroom break. We've been going for about 2 hours, so I think it is time. I need a little bit of nerve reset, I think, after completing a mission here. But we're making progress. That feels good. I'll be back in mere moments with St. Petersburg Part 4 Depot. Yeah, doing a little bit of stretching for sure. See you guys in a little bit. All right. I almost forgot to pause the timer. I went on break and then I saw the timer still ticking. It's like, oh yeah, right, I should probably pause it. It's a good thing I mentioned that, or else I might not have remembered to resume it. But resume we shall, and we shall move on to Mission 6, Part 4, Depot. Primary objectives: destroy computer network, obtain safe key, recover helicopter blueprints, locate Trevelyan's train. This sounds convoluted and involved, but we've got some warehouses and shit, so maybe we will have less open areas, which I think is my biggest fear currently. But let's read the briefing so we understand what the hell any of this is even referring to, shall we? The Janus Operations Base in St. Petersburg is located in a disused military rail depot. From here, the crime syndicate coordinates illegal arms deals, international terrorism, and extortion. Yeah, so Robbie Coltrane, right? He was mentioning something about he knew where well, this place, I guess, where it was. So we figured out where to go. We didn't really, it was kind of funny, you know, based on the mission briefing and information on the last stage was like, pursue Odomov and Natalia, and we didn't even see them in any cutscene or anything, just shooting a bunch of army dudes and walking down the street. But I guess we followed them here. Or got the location from, what's his name, Valentin, or whatever. Fight a nest of vipers, 007. Do your best to disrupt the Janus operations. We'd be particularly interested if you could retrieve their blueprints for a modified version of the stealth helicopter. It seems they may be thinking of going into production. We also believe that Oromov has taken Natalia to Trevelyan's converted missile train in the depot. You need to be on that train when it leaves. Yeah, it's like time is passing day by day since having watched this movie, and my memory of its plot is disintegrating by the minute. But this game seems to be diverging quite a bit. Like, it's cool. I like it. The game has like its own sort of version of the plot where it's retaining particular story beats and it's retaining like locations, but it's all like remixed in a totally different, not a different order, but like a different kind of angle and perspective on all these things going on, and with a bit added in between. I think it's well done. I think it's cool. Like, it captures the feeling of the movie. It's not an issue. It's not a complaint by any stretch that it's like failing to match the plot. It's just kind of neat to see. What's up, Pixel Turkey? It's a fun movie. We watched it on Discord the other week before we started playing this, and it's a good time. We've been watching Bond movies as their respective games have come up in the project, and I would say out of the ones we've watched, License to Kill remains my favorite. But GoldenEye is like, it feels like such a cliche sort of stock answer to say that GoldenEye is like your favorite like Bond movie or whatever, but it is very watchable. It's not boring. Some of the other ones have like great stuff, but long stretches of boring. I feel like that's kind of what the Roger Moore films are. But GoldenEye is definitely a fun watch. Just peeking in before bed. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Such great timing to it. It's just yeah, it was fun, like having watched a bunch of the 70s and 60s films and then watching the, well, some of the 80s films, I suppose. It's GoldenEye is really, I mean, even the Timothy Dalton movies, especially License to Kill, also have like a very different energy to it. And that movie's like, License to Kill is just awesome. But GoldenEye in particular, I think is like a successful melding of a lot of the kind of classic Bond elements, but it feels much more kind of modern. And yeah, it'll be fun to watch the other Brosnan movies. I've never seen Die Another Day. I know I've seen Tomorrow Never Dies and The World Is Not Enough, but I really don't remember anything about them. So I look forward to that too, for sure. And we're gonna get to watch like most of them at this point, but I think there's well, technically speaking, I think every single Bond movie from here on out will have some adaptation that will justify watching the movie. So I think we'll be watching all of them from here on out, pretty much. And we will, of course, be returning to stuff like From Russia with Love, because that had a PS2 game also. And by the time all is said and done, we might just go back and watch some of the ones that we didn't have reason to watch otherwise, just for the hell of it. Yeah, the visual effects, actually, that's a good point too. Like, I mean, not that that's... I mean, we'll see that as we go into the rest of the Brosnan era, I suppose, but like, even the older movies, there's not a lot of like goofy stop motion or miniatures or anything that like... I mean, I guess there's a lot of like rear projection driving in the 60s that looks dated, but it's also like kind of quaint, and none of that has a negative impact on the viewing experience, in my opinion. It doesn't take you out of the movie, because I mean, anything from the 60s is going to have this sort of this veneer of artifice to begin with, but that's part of the appeal too. Like, it has a certain charm and vibe to it. But oh no, I'm sure, Sean, like, I'm sure there's a lot of like stuff like that, but it's, yeah, it's well done. It's done with the 90s sophistication. But what I'm saying is, like, what you're saying essentially has applied to a lot of the movies. I mean, a lot of them have spectacular stunts and like cool, you know, travel ad helicopter shots of cool exotic locations and stuff. But it's yeah, it's been fun watching them in general. Can't go visit the real life antenna. Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea of visiting like film locations isn't something that I've never, well, at least not frequently, found myself with the opportunity to do such a thing, so it wouldn't have occurred to me. Although it was kind of fun to see parts of Paris when I was there this year. Anyway, I think we're digressing quite a bit here. Let's see what this mission is about. I got sidetracked because the movie, or the game plot, got sidetracked from the movie. But anyway, I guess they want to make their own versions of the Tiger, aka pirate helicopter. So we need to steal more blueprints. Always the blueprints. They've got a pretty sophisticated computer network hidden away somewhere in that depot, 007. Be a good chap and shut it down for them. Oh, and don't forget to blow up the Janus Arms cache. Just sorry I can't be there myself to enjoy the fireworks. I'm assuming that's a 00 objective, because I don't think that was in the list. Don't miss your train, James. So let's go back. Again, I hate, this is so like, I wish this should be last. This should not be the first page. I mean, I guess if you're, I don't know. It should probably be like first and last, but because if you see it here for the first time, there's like no context for anything. So I always need to go back and revisit this to sum things up after I've read the briefing. But if you have played the game before, you just need a slight reminder on which objectives are actually here. I guess it's nice that you don't have to scroll through everything, that it's just right there. But it's a little weird to me. So yeah, right here, there's nothing about this cache destruction, so we can safely ignore that. Destroy computer network. It's one of those delightfully vague instructions. But we need to obtain a safe key so that we can open a safe containing the blueprints and then find the exit, I guess. So Natalia's on the train, right? So she's being kept there, so we shouldn't have to worry about her, if I understand this correctly. I wonder if we found a suppressor for our pistol in between these missions. I'm gonna guess no, but it would be nice. Oh, the music, so good. Maybe we'll just do some slappers, but I think we're gonna, like... We'll see if, yeah, we got some nice... Oh, there's a hole. Okay, that's probably why we're in weird Z issues. Like, I don't know if the whole stealth mechanic is like a thing that's just on every level, or if it's specific to certain levels. So I'm not gonna like default to slapping. Let's go nuts here. And we'll see if it appears enemies are spawning. In fact, let's go back here. There's no enemies here, but there could just be that there are no spawn points here. I guess we can see if we... a better way to measure this, I guess, is if we feel entirely overwhelmed. Not, then we don't need to really worry about it. Oh, okay. Pretty open, though. So do these open? They sure do. Okay. I noticed that there was light coming through. Ooh, well, that was a good find. So I figured that those doors were not going to be permanently closed. Oh, hello, guys. This gun has a much better sound than the, can I dual wield? I can't, yeah. Than the claws. But they seem to have similarly limited stopping power. But yeah, so look at the ground. You'll see the like the light pouring out. And it's the same thing here when the doors are closed. Like, it makes sense. Of course, they wouldn't dynamically change that. But it's a little funny looking. Yeah, it's like they feel better than the clobbs, but I can't tell how much of that is the sound and how much of that is actually real. Huh. Looks like something out of Hogan's Alley. I'm getting like extremely lost, but let's just see what we find, I guess. Be more accurate? Yeah, maybe. Everything, I mean, this is realistic, I guess. If I was in this kind of area in real life, it would be very similar. Alright, this looks like an arms cache. I suspect I might be able to restock here. Okay, K-47. I think we'll, gonna be mines. Oh, I didn't have ammo for it. I see. So now I have to, like, cycle through a million things here. Okay. Just want to kind of check through what I have. So... I reckon I could, cause some kind of explosion in there, and that would be that objective. But there might be more of them, I guess. More caches. But yeah, everything looks the same, and I would have fucking no idea how to have a sense of where I've been and not. But enemies don't seem to be spawning. I got more armor that was like stuck through the wall. I'll just keep opening shutters. Okay, I can see what's below. Something is shooting at me. Well, I guess maybe the enemies are spawning. I don't know, it's a little vague, but at least I'm not being like horribly overwhelmed. So I don't feel a strong incentive to change up my tactics to avoid triggering alert states. What's up, Takada? Yeah, why blow up the weapons cache if I can just if I can just take it? But obviously there was a bunch of crates and stuff. I'm assuming that's the stuff you have to actually explode. Okay. I am being slightly overwhelmed here. Oh god, I'm like holding the trigger for a full second and Bond just refuses to fire while he is in the process of, I don't know, breathing heavily. I haven't been in, like, well, rather, because I can't keep track of where I've been or not. I need to, like, go through just in case There's body armor or something back there. Oh, in here, I think, because I remember seeing that piece of graffiti. Yeah, definitely in here. So I'm like not taking a ton of damage, but that's just because the armor is soaking up everything. So now that I don't have armor, I'm gonna start taking some real damage. Okay, is this the computer? Yep. To the fucking frame rate. Oh, the fucking turret. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck do I do about that? Okay, let me... Don't shoot me, please. I said don't shoot. Oh my god, I almost... cannot believe how long that delay is. Like, you have to look at the watch, look down, and then there's like another second on top of that while you can still get shot. Jesus Christ. Okay, I just need to destroy the computer network. I wasn't sure if I needed to hack or do something. Obviously, I'm dead now, but if I find myself here, assuming I have, like, done this first, I'm not going to be able to do anything before this guy kills me. Yeah. But I guess you might be able to just shoot a rocket in there, because I reckon there's enough junk in this place to cause some sort of chain reaction. Alright, I'm going to perform an experiment. 140 target time. Interesting. Okay. Obviously, it's not like I intend or expect to hit the target times. But even if you double the target time as some sort of estimate of how long it could take to rush through the level, that's giving me some sort of estimate. Not of how long it's going to take to complete it, but more like if you can run through it that far, or that fast, the distance you have to cover, like, it has to be pretty small. Like, it gives me... If the target said 4 minutes, like, that would be more worrisome, I guess. I picked up proximity mines, which I'm not really sure... Like, that's the thing, too. Yeah, if I had remote mines, I could probably toss one around the corner and blow it up. Proximity ones feel a little more dubious how I would want to use them, to be honest. Anyway, the experiment that we are going to conduct here is slappers only, and I'm curious to see if we can discern any difference in enemy resistance, because slappers only was the key to defeating archives basically flawlessly. Huh. I guess I never even went inside here last time. Anything up here? Nope. You know, it didn't seem at first like firing guns was spawning a bunch of enemies, but it could just be that the spawn points are like at a certain place and distance away. Come on. I think this could still work fine. I just fucked up by letting this guy live for way too long. Holy shit. Normally they die in like 1 or 2 hits. Anyway, I first made the deduction that, like, oh, I guess there's probably not respawning a bunch of enemies. But as we got further into it, there really did seem to, like, the number of enemies seemed to be gradually increasing. And I'm curious if this is gonna keep numbers down. Like, yeah, I'm also not, like, entirely clear Holy shit, I guess that, yeah. I didn't look at how much armor I got, but I guess I didn't get much, because it was already at like a quarter. These guys are, I don't know if it's the body armor or what, but they're taking a lot of hits. Yeah, I hate that it doesn't actually, like, I wish it would bring up the bars. Yeah, I picked up body armor, but not much. So the thing is, like, if I'm struggling a little bit, or, you know, I'm taking hits here and there, but if this would let me actually clear out the crowds, maybe worth it. But it does appear at this point, I don't know, I can't quite say anything conclusively just yet. But the size of the crowds don't imply to me much of a difference from last time. Yeah, see, these guys are still, I don't know, hypothetically, they could still be coming in. But, yeah. I mean, it's not a bunker or archive type situation where it is immediately overwhelming. But given how many dudes started coming in, I'm gonna guess it's like similar to Surface, where there might just be spawning guys regardless of alert status. What's up, Lariah? Do I have a favorite PC Engine game? I don't know, nothing immediately springs to mind. It's still a system that I haven't spent a huge amount of time with. There's games I like, but nothing that stands out as an obvious pick for a favorite. Yeah, they do appear to be wearing body armor, but I wasn't sure, like, I mean, I'm sure it's just like soaking up extra HP, but it feels funny. You try to slap them in the neck and their body armor absorbs it, but you know, it's probably what's happening. So I think this is the computer room, right? And I don't have... Oh, I got fucking... It's like pushed back into the open here. Blow up the desk. Like, I'm not sure what I have to actually explode for it to count. I'm trying to not get shot by the turret. Probably a sign. Like some desk chairs left here. I could hear the turret shooting, but I wasn't sure if it was actually reaching me. Let me double check. I don't think I got it, but sometimes, yeah, sometimes the message pops up, but it gets sort of drowned out by other messages. Yeah, I'm not terribly concerned about the target time, but doesn't look like there's much left to explode in here, but obviously I can't really inspect that very closely with the turret shooting at me. So many fucking enemies with the frame rate's just exploding. But yeah, these guys are real tanky. I realized I was quite that low on health, but I was obviously not expecting to finish. Yeah, the target, like, that's not a concern, but like I said, it's just interesting to see, seeing the time. It doesn't affect how I approach the mission. It doesn't affect my expectation of how to do it or anything. But like I said, if it says 1 minute 40, it tells me that, like, it tells me something versus if it had said, you know, 4 minutes. So that first one didn't seem to have anything. Basically just trying to figure out a route to let me memorize which warehouse is which, or at the very least which ones I've been in and not. So there's the first one on the right. I want to say this maybe has armor? Yeah. That should give me like 3 or 4 pips. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I'm sure most of them have some sort of trick, you know, even if it's not necessarily a specific thing you have to do. Yeah, I thought I picked up a second one. I guess I didn't. I guess you need to kill a guy who's holding 2 of them to pick up a second one. So you turn the corner, and then there's this one. There's more armor here. Okay. The first 2 warehouses after the very first one have armor. I know this is where I'm starting. I just wanted to, like, this one I don't need to care about, but that one has armor, and the one here on my left has armor. Enemies are spawning, but I don't know that the stealth alert shit is like having much of an impact on that. There's the gate. Okay, yeah, so that's everything up until the gate. If I hold right instead of going to the left, I say I did not open that door. Look, he was holding a grenade, so now I'm a bit spooked. Neat. Much stuff. I wanted to try to find a route where there's, like, at any one point there's not too many options or directions, just so it's easier to sort of mentally track where I've been and not, like which routes I've kind of mapped out. Dead end. Trying to open this. There we go. So yeah, I was shot at from over here too. Oh, fucking none of them died. Sucks. Okay. Well, I have a lot of ammo. I really don't need to care about any new ammo up. Nice, okay. Good. Yeah, so like my main concern is but hang on. Are these not? I'm picking up multiples of this gun, but I guess none of them are loaded. Right, I have rockets. So I'll try using that in the computer room, I guess, if I can find my way there. Can't remember if I found 2 or 3 armors previously. I picked up the 2 in the beginning, but there might be... Well, there's one. Ugh. I always expect that it's going to fill up my armor meter, but nope. Just get tiny little sliver. Oh, constant enemies. Like, clearing out enemies feels so good, so when they just keep coming, it can be a little frustrating. Whoa, okay, thank you very much for that, but it actually did not hurt me that much. Right back to the... I don't even know where the fuck I am. I don't think I've even seen this place before. So maybe there's a safe here. There is. Okay. Well, I don't have the key, but... hello. Dude! Oh. Somehow... they're pushing up against the door, and then I open the door, and I, like, can't hit them. Okay. Oh. I guess that's the exit. Just locked. You out this way? I like hit his knee. Okay. Alright. I have to focus quite a bit. Can't really talk too much. Alright, oh yeah, I can actually even see the train there. So I hope slash assume, like that was my thinking before, that the key might be in the computer place. Sweet. Okay, there's a lot of armor in this level, and that's that's a good thing. Improving our survivability quite a lot. So let's double back here then, I guess. Alright, at this point I've completely lost track of where I've been and not. So I'm just like basically opening every door I come across with some hope that maybe it's the computer room. Basically at this point, okay, I'm kind of back to the beginning-ish, I think, maybe. Sort of, yeah, here's the weapons cache. Which means that I think I should take a left out this door. At this rate, I want to attempt firing rockets into the computer room and see if that works, basically. I'm definitely lost, though, so we'll just keep... There's a lot of bullet holes here, which means we've been here. Oh. Or so I thought. Okay, I need to clear out a little bit. Hello. Who's over there? That's the thing, like, I need a little bit of peace and quiet to safely do this. Alright, I'm just firing that into the floor. Oh, I don't think that worked. Oh, it did. I mean, I didn't clear the objective, but I was able to destroy the... Ah, there's the key. The turret. Okay, so this time I just had to shoot the screen. I swore I destroyed the screen last time and checked my objectives, and it didn't actually clear it. I don't know. That was confusing. All right, so basically we're heading to the exit now, right? I just gotta find it. We know where the safe is, and given that we had to get the safe key, I think it's safe to assume that the blueprints are in the safe. That tends to be the case. All right, so this one is in a little alcove. I'm just trying to remember, like, landmarks and details if we have to redo this. I think that's the... yeah, left up here, I believe. Yep, there's the train. I'm like shocked at my ability to like figure out my geographical bearings. Blueprints, okay. So the last one was like get on the train, right? Usually the last objective is like find the exit, but not always. Locate Trevelyan's train, right? I'm assuming this wasn't someone else's train. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Still a little too dark and too open for my liking. But we got there. That was what, like 3 or 4 attempts maybe? Not so bad. Let me try to catch up and see if I missed anything important in chat. Old speedrunning, reminiscing. You throw a mine in the train before I run in. Kills the guards and Bond starts shooting into the sky. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, so I guess if I see. So he's supposed to be shooting them in the cutscene if I left them alive. That makes sense. Or at least that explains why why the explosion would cause Bond to start firing. All right. I will say this. I don't know if this is a like a linear gradual change that is occurring or has occurred, or if we're gonna see, you know, things kind of going back and forth. WTF parts, thank you for the follow. But I will say so far, at the beginning of the game, clearing every stage was like this feeling of, man, that was sick. What a cool stage. I got to do that. Oh, that was awesome. But now, every time I clear a stage, it's like, oh, thank fuck, I don't have to do that anymore. I am feeling like quite a different... You could still potentially classify it as elation, I suppose. But it's more relief. WTF Part's a speedrunner? Alright. Then I'm obliged to... oh, that's not the right word. I need to mention that I kindly ask some restraint on explaining everything about the game. Go fast? Alright, I'll accept that. I'll accept that. That's a level of hint I can accept without feeling too bad about it. Although I will say, I will take your advice under consideration. But we'll see whether or not I apply it. So far, going fast has not necessarily proven... I mean, in some levels, in some cases, it is quite helpful because you're, you know, preventing enemies from spawning and piling up and shit. Other times, taking it slow and steady seems to be the way to go. But yeah, we did it. That was nice and quick. We've been streaming for 2 hours 47 with a little bit of chat, so let's say about 2 hours of gameplay. And we've cleared 2 more missions. Yeah, 11 minutes, target 140. Yeah, that seems... So obviously, for 140, you don't need or for secret agent, you don't need the weapons cache. And I was able to use the rocket launcher to kind of pop out of the corner to shoot the turret, but I'm curious like how you would go about that, because I'm assuming at 140 you're fucking making a mad dash for the key and shooting the computer screen so you can get the, like, you wouldn't obviously waste any time on anything else. But yeah, those fucking turrets, like, the problem is the hit stun. Like, whenever you get hit by something, you're just like frozen. No, I'm not, don't worry, I'm definitely not going for any of the targets. I'm just going through the game, but I'm just kind of speculating on what's there and how you would go about it, and just performing a general kind of analysis about the game's mechanics and how it works. With most of the guards, like, they have this pretty extended, like, hand animations before they actually start shooting. Not always. Sometimes they just kind of start running and shooting very quickly, but a lot of the time they like sit down in very fancy ways before they start shooting. But the turrets, they just kind of go like that. So as soon as something starts shooting at you and you get hit, you get like stun locked, or at least long enough. If the turret hits you instantly, something else is gonna probably shoot you. And I'm just like, I'm curious how sort of quickly. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if you can just pop out and do like a fucking perfect 360 no scope, hit the weak spot on the turret and just goes down instantly. But whether a lot of that stuff exists or not, like, it's definitely not immediately apparent how you would deal with it. Yeah, turrets suck. I think that's pretty universal. That's self-evident. But I mean, it's kind of like that. I mean, I think any games that has, like, whether it's speedrunning or some other kind of additional depth and mastery, there's going to be a lot of stuff that seems at first glance, you know, either something specific that seems impossible, or just like looking at it, trying to, you know, imagine how you would do it at a high level, involves, like, actually doing it at a high level involves doing stuff that you wouldn't even imagine being possible as like a, I don't know, layman. But we're not going to worry about that. St. Petersburg Part 5. Train. Just never ends. So we're going to rescue Natalia. So technically speaking, we weren't even really rescuing her in the previous couple of missions, but it was still part of the briefing because she was had been captured. So even though there was no rescuing going on in the mission itself, her being in need of rescue was part of what was going on. So yeah, a lot of missions about Natalia and or Bond being in captivity. So I definitely remember this level. You need to use the laser watch to break open the hatch or whatever, which I think is from the movie, right? Or maybe I just think it's from the movie because it was in the game. I watched the movie like a week or two ago, but it's already fading. But that's kind of all I remember, and I remember it being a huge pain in the ass because the laser is really weird. It's this like weird rapid fire thing, and you have to shoot off like 85 little latches. We'll see how it goes. The leader of Giannis, Alec Trevelyan, is holding Natalia hostage on his armored train. The funny thing is, like, I can vaguely remember the laser watch thing. Like, isn't there a bit of dialogue where Trevelyan, like, comments on the gadget watch or whatever? But I have no memory of the train being a thing. But no, I think, like, now that I think of it, there's this part where it like explodes and shit. Right, okay, because there's like a bomb or whatever. It's to say that it's coming back to me is, I suppose, a little bit of a stretch, but fragments are appearing somewhere in the ether. We've lost experienced agents before in hostage situations. Keep a clear head, 007, and don't get sidetracked settling old scores. Well, let's see about that. I'm getting sidetracked with something or other, I'm sure. Bomb sets a bomb using the timer or the watch, and Alex disables it using. I see. Yeah, because I didn't, I didn't remember Alec like, oh, is this how you shoot the laser? And pressing the button and shooting a laser, but there was something about the watch, so I wasn't completely off. A train, 007, pretty simple. Destroy the braking units in each carriage, and the emergency systems should bring it to a halt. Girl again, James? So I'm wondering... Well, okay, let's go back here. Destroy brake units, rescue Natalia, locate Yana's secret base, escape to safety. Yeah, so... I guess we'll find out, but like... We'll see where the laser watch comes into play. Because you would think that Q would mention it, but I guess not. Moneypenny is permanently unamused, I think. Well, let's see what this is about. We're on a fucking train, so stealth should hopefully not have to be a big factor. It is tightly packed with explosive wood, so that's a little bit of a risk. There's no timer currently. Yeah, we do have the watch laser. Because I know for sure that when the part where you have to do that, it's timed. So I guess we have to like fuck around. Maybe we destroy the brakes first, and then we we'll find out. We'll find out. Chase the train, dude. Chase the Express is such a sick game. Still want to play that again and get the proper full ending, so I can play the second scenario. Alright, okay. Dude's over there. This okay. Nothing hidden over here. Oh boy. Shit's beginning to explode somewhere. Oh, yeah, so these are the things you gotta destroy, right? I believe so. Definitely switched weapons. Yeah, I only picked up a couple of MP5Ks. I didn't pick up a second MP5K, so I can't use two at once. Yeah, the mysterious nature of the explosions in this game. I don't know if I could hurt them with it or what, but... I can sure take damage by standing in the vicinity of the fire. Oh yeah, I should, like, there's, if I recall, there's something where you have to like turn around and there's one of those lock or brake mechanisms like behind the door you go through or some shit. If you're like sufficiently hidden behind stuff like this. Oh yeah, I'm trying to lean, but I'm bumping up against the crate, so it doesn't work. The targeting can actually work. Fuck! I was just about to say, the problem, of course, with tightly hugging shit is that literally everything is explosive. Oh, this map is gonna be annoying, but maybe, I don't know, maybe you can be a little bit careful about where you take cover and you might be okay. I like that the metal crate has a skull on it, but it's the fucking cardboard boxes and wooden crates that are the most lethal. Okay. I tried to reload and then it said the door's locked, so I guess I tried to open the door inadvertently, but then immediately after getting the feedback that it was locked, he opened it, I guess. I don't know what I expect to find in here, but I guess technically they might have put armor in there or something. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense, but nice little bit of verisimilitude, having some actual rooms. Oh! Count. Yeah, it feels really nice though that it's like there's no room for getting lost. Just like fully linear hallway with enemies. Like there's things to get annoyed by it, but at least in this part of it, there's not a bunch of deadly crates everywhere. Yep, there we go. Things over there. Problem is, again, like everything's explosive, so I have to like create some distance. All right. I think. Okay, I don't know how or why he died that quickly, but I would take those. We're about to die, but I think the key, a key, will be to avoid taking like explosive damage from crates at the beginning. Honestly, the very first room before you get the submachine gun. Might be tricky, but I don't know. I'm always a little bit skittish about trying to use the aiming because it's the controls of it are so finicky. But if I can land like singular headshots, well, if I can see what the fuck I'm aiming at, it might help. But like just not having to hit. Well, okay. Because you have to hit them multiple times, right? Yeah, this is literally the exact thing I wanted to try to avoid. Ah! Stark Moon is raiding. Welcome, folks. What were you guys up to? We are up to no good. Destroying brakes and Lord knows what else in GoldenEye. That's a terrible attempt. I'm like pretty much dead, right? So there's literally no reason to, like, even if I wanted to do some more research here, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be getting as far as I did last time. Hello everybody, by the way. It's your first time here. I'm Jiggy. I do a lot of whatever. I play a lot of old Japanese games. I collect a bunch of stuff, as you might see behind me. I am also currently doing a little project that I like to call Games Bond. We are historically chronicling the entire oeuvre of James Bond video games in chronological order. And we have made it all the way up to the 17th game, which is GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64. And I am playing my way through the game. Not exactly blind, but pretty much my first proper playthrough. I played this game a little bit as a kid, but not really to a great extent. I remember some of the levels vaguely, but that's about it. Playing on Secret Agent, and we have made it pretty far into it. I was personally never a big fan of this game. I was big into PC first-person shooters at the time, so I just remember this being very clunky to control and unimpressive and a bit shit. I always had a decent amount of respect for it, for the innovation and like a lot of the creative ideas that it does, execute pretty well on. But coming to it now, like, there's a lot that I can appreciate, and perhaps even appreciate more than I would have back then, but there's also plenty of frustrations. The Game Boy game is actually after this one, and I'm looking forward to that. I played a tiny bit of that when it came out, but I haven't played it properly. Fishy Ash, welcome. Does this include James Bond Jr. games? It sure does. You can find the full list of games if you type !007 in chat. You will be directed to the official spreadsheet that has the games and the full list. As mentioned, this is game number 17, and we've made it through a whole bunch of old PC games, text adventures, boat driving games, what have you. Oh yeah, the light gun games from the ZX Spectrum, they were quite something. But in fact, immediately preceding this, we played oh, that's right, the Duel. Forgot about those. But we did play James Bond Jr. for the NES, as well as James Bond Jr. for the Super NES. A wide variety of game types, genres, consoles, and quality. And yeah, it's interesting, you know. I'm sure there's some overlap with how the kind of movie series was in limbo in the 90s. But there wasn't like a lot of, you know, we were talking a lot about that at the beginning of the project, but looking at this sort of prime time frame for licensed movie games, like on the NES, for example, if you look at that period, let's say roughly like 87 through like 92, like that was a kind of a troubled time for the movie franchise, especially the latter half of it. So that might explain it. I also don't know, maybe, you know, I don't know the level of popularity and the level of access to the license and whatever else between different regions. You know, Europe and America and whatever else. There were, because the very first game that came out in '83, the first licensed game, I should say, had a Japanese developed SG-1000 port, and I'm sure Bond was like mega popular in Japan. Seems like it always would have been. But there weren't a lot of, like, in most of the early stuff was all British computer games and a few British PC game or console games. But it's yeah, it's interesting. But I chose 007 because similar to Batman, which I did a couple years ago, I played every Batman game. Bond is a fun license because it stretches over such a long history, a long period of time, and it has so many games of different genres from different developers that it's not going to be super repetitive. Even once we get into like the FPS era, I don't think it's going to be super repetitive because most of the games are from different studios and they kind of try to do different things. But it's going to be exciting. I played Nightfire back in the day. I had that on Xbox and I really liked it. But I didn't really play any of the other, like, after this game, GoldenEye, Nightfire is pretty much the only Bond game I've like really played. So like, yeah, all the PS1 games, PS2 games, N64, it's a pretty much a huge blind spot, so it's going to be interesting. Yeah, of course, Hysteric Moon, take care. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for stopping by, and welcome everybody. Yeah, I've been enjoying it for sure. Like, it's been frustrating, but it's been fun. And I mean, you guys should have seen some of the other shit I've been playing for this. It has been a great experience overall. Even when the games have been bad, it's usually been like a fun exercise. But there's been some real clunkers. And this one's, you know, I was literally saying minutes ago before you guys showed up that the early parts of this game were very breezy and fun, and every time I finished a mission it felt really satisfying. And now that we're in the second half, the, you know, last third or so of the game, I'm instead kind of feeling a relief of finishing a mission and going, man, I'm glad I don't have to do that again. But it's satisfying, I'm enjoying it, and I'm glad to be inching closer and closer to the finishing line. Oh yeah, still on box art, sorry about that. There we go. So can I like reasonably hit someone? Even inside a train, the draw distance is a bit rough here. Dude, you get knocked back like fucking 2 meters getting shot once. So, like, the crates are practical cover, not because they protect you when they shoot, but because you hide from their line of sight, so when they don't see you, they won't be shooting. It's very silly, but I guess it works. Maybe I got him? Okay, so I got at least like 2 of the guys, so I think we might be, yeah. Nice, okay, that's how you do it. This mission is rough. Well, most of them have been. Once we got to like the midway point or so, every mission has been rough. I just hold the trigger for a while. That actually seemed to work surprisingly well. Have to spend an entire magazine basically, but I don't mind. I somehow ended up behind the second door. You typically tend to get more ammo than you spend, so if I have to go a little bit crazy on like one of the enemies. How did he hit me? Oh, well, okay. That, never mind. I thought it was the guy in front of me. Yeah, the fact that you don't have like damage direction indicators, like that was a very nice little innovation on Half-Life's account a year after this. There's a lot of situations where I've been very confused about who's shooting me. On the way, please. Oh, this is not going great. Like, you can start taking damage so quickly in this. Like, you're really weirdly... Well, I shouldn't say weirdly fragile, but things can go downhill real fast. Yeah, I mean, the level's been fun. Like I said, it's a nice change of pace, but it's like very linear and straightforward. I'm not getting ambushed from like weird blind angles. I could swear there was a guy in there last time. He's gonna like spawn behind me or something. Well, I guess he doesn't need to spawn, but... Oh, okay. Well, I'm assuming that's it, the guy. But yeah, I think like between the enemies and the auto aim and everything, I feel like Ancient is like the fun way to play this game. But it's a bit of a shame that you end up having to like miss out on and ignore all the objectives, which is like the actual cool, interesting part of the game. Like the shooting can be really fun. The sound design is great, and like some of the ways the enemies react can be really fun, you know, but the mission objectives is like a huge part of what gives the game its like flavor. And something I mentioned before, like I think it's a big shame that the game only tells you about objectives when you have to do them. I think it would be great if you can like in the briefing, it gives you what it's calling, like it calls it primary objectives. So here's your primary objectives. Here's what you need to do. Now you would think that maybe you might have secondary objectives that are non-mandatory. Oh yeah, this is as far as we got before, I think. But no. And I think the way it should be done is like every ZMG, is that the mini Uzi, or oh, I guess it's that's a bad idea. I'm holding the trigger down, but I'm gonna die before I'm able to fucking shoot a bullet. Sorry, I got a little flustered there. It gives you primary objectives and nothing else. So I think what it like the way it should be designed, in my opinion, is it should always tell you all the objectives And depending on the difficulty level, it should only change which objectives are required. Technically speaking, that is what it does, because you will always get the gadgets and you will get the briefing information. Like, technically, the only what happens in the game is that, like, you can still do every objective, but the game will only bother sort of checking whether you've done the ones you need to or not. But the problem is, of course, that the ones you don't have to do, you aren't properly informed of, like on these screens before the mission, and you also cannot check the progress of them on your watch during the mission. So you have to be familiar with the 00 Agent version of a level to even suss together what those objectives would be, which I think is a missed opportunity. I think it's a really clever system in general, like increasing the level of difficulty, not just by making enemies harder, but by complicating the missions. I think that's like perfectly in spirit of the property, and like it creates an interesting dynamic. But like I said, it's unfortunate that it cuts both ways, right? Because making the objectives more complicated on higher difficulty levels is great for it's a great way to increase difficulty. But it also means that if you want the objectives because you think that's a cool part of the game, it's a package deal. You only get those things if you can accept the higher difficulty. And to be fair, it's not like it's not a reasonable complaint for a game in 1997 to not be more sophisticated than this with its difficulty settings. It's already plenty sophisticated for its time. But it's the kind of thing where you look at it with 2023 glasses, you can instantly tell that, modern games would likely have these as separate axes that you could kind of control and toggle, either as like separate difficulty sliders or like just having more kind of gradual steps. And even the fact that like the difference in the shooting is so vast between Secret Agent and 00 Agent, and like the lack of body armor and stuff, like even taking the mission objectives out of the equation, on some levels the jump in difficulty between Secret Agent and 00 Agent seems pretty massive. So then adding the objectives on top of that makes it feel like there should probably be a level in between. But yeah, having like agent difficulty with every mission objective would easily be my favorite way of playing this game, because it meant you could probably kind of breeze through all of it in a sitting, but you still get to do all the cool shit. You unlock a bunch of customizable difficulty settings. That's interesting. I think that's also a pretty forward-thinking thing for 1997. But unfortunately, it doesn't really address the real issue, which is like having to sit through like a less fun, more tedious version of the game to access the better version of it. I mean, if you can get it by finishing it in Agent, you could argue that it's like, well, you can play through it that way first before you start adding objectives, and I suppose that's fine, but I'm always a little bit iffy on getting bonuses after finishing a game. It depends on what kind of game it is and how it's sort of intended to be played and how everything works, but I always like, a lot of the time you can have a game that's a little overly confident in its appeal past finishing it. I don't think this game has that problem, because not only is it a fun, appealing game, but the way it's structured is also makes it very easy to go back and play whatever part of it you want, because you have like the level select. But when it's a game that has like a campaign you go through from beginning to end, the example that sticks out in my mind is GoldenEye Beast Rider, which is a fairly mediocre game. It's not great, not terrible. But that game has a thing where after you finish it, you unlock the ability to select costume. I think the way it works, like when you play through the game, it has like 5 or 6 chapters, and for each of them, you have like a different outfit. And if I remember correctly, after you finish the game, you unlock the option to like just switch outfits, like pick the one you want, but also you unlock the classic Golden Axe, like arcade Golden Axe costume. And it really pissed me off, because yeah, I would have wanted to play with the classic costume. Like that's I much prefer the way the character looks that way. But like, I have to finish the game first and then play it again to get that experience. But like, obviously I'm not gonna just like play the game all over again just to play it the way I would have wanted to play it, because I'm already done with it. I don't want to fucking touch it again because it was a frustrating kind of mediocre experience. But even if it had been a great game, I still would have been a little bit annoyed. Like some of the Batman Arkham games did that, where you had to finish the game. Like Arkham City was like that on release, and I think they eventually changed it. But in Arkham City, you had to beat the game before you were allowed to pick different costumes. And it's like, dude, that sucks. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Another like huge pet peeve is when games make cutscenes unskippable until you have beaten the game, or you have some like save data where you've already seen the cutscene. And that pissed me off because I hate the idea that a game, it's so presumptuous on part of the developer to think that the game knows better than I do whether I have seen this cutscene before or not. Like, case in point, when Mortal Kombat 9 came out, me and my friend bought the game on release day. We went to his place and we played story mode, and we played through, you know, a bunch of the story mode. And when I got home and played my copy on my PS3, I started up story mode. I had to watch all the cutscenes again, even though I had literally seen them the same day, because as far as the game was aware, I had never seen them before, and it wouldn't let me skip them. Shit like that drives me fucking nuts. Yeah, I heard some I'm not sure if you saw some of those Twitter threads that went around, I don't know, last year or so. I don't know if this is the guy, but there was someone involved in Beast Rider who kept wanting to tweak the game to be more difficult, even though like all of the QA and everyone else is like, dude, the game's already way too difficult. So they like had him work on his own like branch, thinking, like letting him think he worked on the actual real branch of the game, and everyone like secretly just let him stay busy, and they like finished up the game to make it as sensible as possible. But yeah, apparently that game also went through like 5 project leads or whatever. It didn't seem to have a very smooth development, from what I hear. And yeah, I didn't think that the game was very good either, but I feel like there's a lot of games like that where I had the exact same experience. I boot them up, I try it for a little bit and go like, ugh. And every now and again I persevere, and I didn't hate it, but it's like definitely wasn't what it should have been. Unfortunately, I believe the customized difficulty settings require you to beat the game on 00 Agent. Yeah, see, that's a good example then, because if you beat this game on 00 Agent, on the one hand, you're a lunatic and you're probably going to spend the next 20 years also playing this game, so like fair enough. But at the same time, if you've beaten the game on 00 Agent, okay, well, I guess you couldn't, it's not fair to say you have done everything you can do, because you might not have gotten all the cheats and whatever, but you still have done most of it. And I don't know, maybe if you can use the customizable difficulty and that still allows you to unlock the speedrun target stuff, then that has a real purpose. But yeah, otherwise, like getting this like big bonus unlockable thing as a reward for having done everything, I always feel like is a little bit weird, because it makes it tough to kind of figure out what you're even supposed to do to enjoy it. Yeah, you get bonus levels and stuff too. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that you can crank the difficulty up. This is a British game after all, I'm sure. I'm sure if they give you options, it's not all going to be to make it easier. But yeah, for sure, like playing it on a different setup where you can have different aiming controls, better frame rates. There's a lot of stuff you can do to make this game more palatable and less challenging. But for the purposes of this project, I wanted to try to have as authentic an experience as possible. Yeah, one-hit kills is cool, but like because of the way like enemies have such a long range a lot of the time, like, you notice guys existing because a fucking bullet comes through the fog from 2 miles away. And they don't usually hit first try, but I'm sure on 00 they do that far more frequently. And yeah, it's gonna come down to a lot of luck. You mean dual wielding controllers isn't the authentic experience? I mean, I was gonna say I would if I had a second, but I probably wouldn't, because I don't think having analog movement isn't something that feels like it's good to be that beneficial. So I'm fine with, you know, doing it that way. But anything, like I said, any kind of modernized way of playing this is essentially going to make it easier on top of quality of life improvements. If I had a real N64 that I can play this on, I would, but we have to make do with an emulation that's about as good as we can get it. For the way Thief did it. I mean, to be fair, I think it's still it's commendable that they thought of and made pretty significant efforts in, like, at least experimenting with that kind of idea. Because it wasn't something you would take for granted at the time by any stretch. Like, this game is so... it's kind of its own thing. It's like not really part of a lineage that goes from like Doom to Quake to Half-Life to Call of Duty. Like, so many ideas, like so many parts of this game are very unconventional, like both in the context of where FPS games were at the time, but almost even more so in hindsight. And I think that's always interesting. Mr. Radon still... well, I don't know if you're still awake or if you're awake again somehow, but what's up? I like different difficulties having different objectives. Yeah, it's kind of cool, like you can... like, yeah, because Mr. Radon, for those not aware, by the way, is doing a 100% N64 challenge. Not just playing, not just completing, but 100% completing every N64 game. So he's a bona fide lunatic. And yeah, if you're like going about something like that, it's really nice to be able to kind of go back and forth between like, let me try for this thing for a while. If that doesn't work out, I can try this thing, and they're like very different challenges. I agree that that's like good design, basically. Okay. Like an annoying hit there, but just like the one hit, basically. I say that very lovingly, of course, Mr. Rayham, but I'm sure you realize that. Crouching. It's weirdly satisfying when you get a brief moment of like smooth frame rate in this game. You see those explosions and you kind of imagine like, all right, they're still like weirdly exaggerated, but they kind of make a little bit more sense when they don't take like 40 seconds to manifest. I still didn't get all of them. Yeah, nope, that guy's still around. So I'm pretty sure there's a guy in there. Maybe if we... well, there might be a guy right in front of me. You can't tell with this fucking black void of a hallway. Aha. Whoops! Oh, got him. Card carrying self-aware lunatic. Yeah, that's... I think you kind of have to be for that, right? Yeah, that's an interesting thing with like the games industry, right? Like, it's a lot of the time you can kind of see shared ancestry in certain games and how that, like, how some design paradigms and ideas can carry through and evolve. But by and large, like, most people don't get to stick around, certainly not in the same constellations for very long. Like, just on average, right? Like, people don't stay at the same studio for very long in the grand scheme of things. And you have to kind of start over from scratch to some degree, or at the very least, like, you can't, there's no, like, or I shouldn't say no, but it can be quite limited, like, the continuity. And yeah, I mean, you could argue that it was different when, like, I couldn't say whether, like, whether the retention has, like, shifted that dramatically, but certainly development times have. So if you say, you know, if you stay at a studio for 3 years, that used to mean that you could work on 4 games. But now it might mean that you work on pre-production for 1 game and then you leave. So that's pretty different. Not to mention that, of course, with larger teams, the influence of individuals is going to kind of change as well. I think we're doing pretty okay here now. Oh, okay, there used to be a guy there before. I literally just paused, but I didn't bother looking what my health was. Okay, yeah, we're pretty good on health. These guys seem... The dual-wielding guy seems like they can put the hurt on pretty quickly. Oh, fucking bumping the table hurt me there, but... These guys fucking destroy me using these. So does that mean that these are more powerful? They're... Oh, okay. I guess the table's broken, so I can walk right through it now. Oh, I saw some... Why is this a room made entirely of doors? Okay, I guess the door here is gonna open. Oh, okay. Yeah, the order of the weapons seem a little odd, but technically you would think that this has the exact same caliber ammunition as the MP5K. Well, guess it's got a high rate of fire, maybe? That's why it's more lethal. Picked up a second. I sure did. Thank you very much. I would not have noticed that. Well, that should certainly increase stopping power. This even supposed to be? Are we in the walk-in fridge, or I don't know. More raiders! Welcome everybody, Lord Sharpie and friends. Welcome, welcome. We are playing GoldenEye. Are currently working our way through the history of James Bond video games. Whoa, hello. Okay, looks like they were caught off guard, just like me. Nice shaped bullet holes here. This is a popular game. We may have some Bond gamers in chat. I would kindly ask people to refrain from giving me too much advice. But if you're watching Sharpie, you're experts. Oh, okay, so... Yeah. I was gonna say I shouldn't shoot because, well, okay. Never mind. Okay, I don't think that was supposed to happen. Mission failure. Well, I guess we can practice this anyway. The timer that I remembered. This part. Like one of the few bits and pieces that I actually remembered. I don't know why he's like crouching. I didn't touch the D-pad, but whatever. Can I please equip a weapon? I guess there are people here. I can't see shit. Is it night out? Are we outdoors? Am I in a cave? Am I in a tunnel? I guess I'm in a tunnel. They're in like a tunnel in the movie, aren't they? Do I go this way? I guess we'll find out. These guys are terrible in Double O. I don't doubt it. I think from everything I have heard and seen, I'm getting the impression that pretty much everything is terrible in Double O Agent. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Sean. There's some kind of crouch assist. Very funny. But yeah, also doesn't quite work properly. Okay, so I saw through the doorway that Oromov was there, like, kind of holding Natalia hostage. And I figured, like, alright, I've seen situations like this before. Typically, if I try to go in guns blazing, it's gonna trigger some kind of hostage execution, whatever. And it's like, well, the story didn't play out as it should have, so nope. Mission failed. So I was like, alright, let's not shoot. Let me just walk in here. Let me get locked up and kidnapped. And then she got shot anyway. So now I'm a little bit concerned about what to try to do, because I feel like, okay, I can snipe Oromov, so I guess we're supposed to kill him anyway. There doesn't seem to be a way for her to get out of there without him getting killed. So maybe it's safe killing him. And Trevelyan and... was Boris there too? I don't know. Someone else was there. They won't be shooting her. They'll just close that shutter. Because I guess Oromov didn't have any dialogue or anything. It was just Trevelyan started talking. And I guess he might do that even if we shoot Oromov. So I suspect we'll just try that. But we were almost done. Like, we made it to the end of the level. And we made it far before anything got screwed up. So we do have to locate Giannis' secret base. I'm assuming that's something that happens in that final room. Surely we're not supposed to get that out of any of those people, i.e. not shooting them. I don't know, maybe there's a piece of paper in the room that I need to collect or something. Now that we have a brief period of respite, let me try to remember to do something that I never ever remember anyway. That is doing some shout-outs. We shout out Mr. Radon. Everyone should be following Mr. Radon, N64 gamer extraordinaire. He's doing a big Mega Drive stream at some point in the next, I don't know, 12 something hours. So you guys should be checking it. Hey, it's been my like holiday morning routine. Every day I go up in the morning, Radon is like doing late hour streaming, and I always catch him playing the dankest shit. It's a good time. Let's also join in a little shout out to Hysteric Moon that I have to wait for 3 minutes. Okay, let me just type that in chat and I'll try to remember to do that when I'm allowed. Hysteric Moon, if I recall, has also been doing a bunch of Mega Drive and Saturn gaming and various mysterious Japanese games that you don't see a lot of people playing. Definitely worth a check. And Sharpie, I would say, also card-carrying member of the Bonafide Lunatic Club, having played through not just every American Genesis game, but also Mega CD 32X Saturn, and currently working on all Dreamcast games. It's pretty incredible. I would not have the mental fortitude or patience to attempt anything of the sort. But every Batman game, every Bond game, somewhere around there is where I draw the line, and especially not committing to actually completing all these games. I'm trying my best for most of them, but well, this challenge would have stopped pretty early if I had to complete every game, given that A View to a Kill on the Commodore 64 was like the 4th game, and that game is literally unfinishable. Anyway, I'll try to remember to do some shoutouts when I can. Okay, so I think we got the shooting part down okay. It takes a bit of luck, of course, but I think that one little doorway with the dual mini Uzi guys was like the worst. When you're leaning and you're like too close to the wall, does the walking wobble when you're leaning, makes it pretty hard to aim. Okay, this is already a terrible start because I can't like get rid of that first guy. I have to like blind mash. Oh! Yeah, once they get rid of that crate. Okay. See, this is bad, but I wouldn't say it's worth a restart because we might still get some practice in. Aiming shit is like already bad, but when you... the way you get knocked off your feet when you take a hit, very frustrating. I'm just trying to reload. There we go. Find it pretty tough to go back to games predating your gaming. Do I struggle at all with older stuff? I mean, I would say it's probably fair to say yes, but at the same time, I played a lot of older stuff when I was a kid. Like, I never had a feeling of like, I never conflated like oldness with obsolescence, or you know, I never considered games sort of by definition interesting on account of being new or modern or current. Like as an example, a friend of mine had a PS1, and over some summer, maybe the summer of 97 or 98, he lent his PS1 to his cousin and borrowed his cousin's Amiga. And that was certainly not the first time I'd played Amiga games. I'd played a lot of Amiga growing up. But during that summer, me and my friend, like, we were super stoked to just go through these like buckets of floppies of Amiga games. So it wasn't like inherently less interesting or entertaining. I played a lot of C64 stuff in the mid-90s. So I'd always had an interest and been kind of intrigued with old stuff. And I wouldn't even say because it was old, but more so that like whether something was old or whatever, it just didn't really concern me that much. But having said that, like I have preferences, right? So like when I think of the kind of old games and the age of games that I get really into, I would say that stuff predating, like, if you look at arcade games, and to a degree console games, in the sort of 1987 through 89-ish time frame, there was like very rapid advancement in, you know, graphics and just fidelity, and like a lot of shit was happening. And around that time, I would say is like about as far as I would go back to find stuff that I genuinely think of as like really, really great, timeless, holds up perfectly. There are, of course, exceptions. Crazy Climber from 1980 is like kind of one of my favorite games. But I don't have a lot of fondness for arcade games or console games from the first half of the 80s, or even, you know, mid 80s stuff. Even though I can recognize that there's a big difference between, you know, Galaxian and Gradius or whatever. But that's all about like what I consider to be sort of really good and like I'm really into. I wouldn't say that something like Gradius feels like too old to play or is like too primitive to me. It's just that like, well, it's part of a sort of paradigm that isn't my favorite. And I think genuinely, like, yeah, playing 2600 games or ColecoVision games, or even though I did play many of them, Commodore 64 games, fuck off. They're not going to resonate with me the same way that games from the late 80s and onwards probably will, for the most part. But I still wouldn't really describe that. I wouldn't characterize it the way you're describing it as like, I can't gel with this because I don't like, it's from a... I mean, I guess it strictly wouldn't have to be because it's old, but like you play something and it just doesn't feel fleshed out and complete and everything you feel like a video game kind of should be. Like, I can have that feeling for sure, but it tends to manifest in a like, in feeling that, well, yeah, this isn't really my thing. Like, yeah, I can't see myself being super enamored with this, as opposed to like, yeah, I'm just not gonna play this, you know. But, you know, it kind of depends on the context and the purpose for playing a game. When I'm doing something like this, playing every Bond game, playing every Batman game, playing every game in a series or from a certain license or from a certain developer or whatever it might be, I come to the experience with a pretty particular lens that I'm kind of viewing it through. And that lens can, in a lot of situations, sort of do a lot of the heavy lifting. Because I will immediately have some sort of framework for analysis or judging like how I think about something. For example, over the past couple of summers, I did a thing where I played every Final Fight game and every Double Dragon game, including like every port and every version and everything I could get my hands on that had Double Dragon in the title, basically. And of course, being like popular 80s arcade games, that means a lot of European PC ports and like Atari 7800 Double Dragon or whatever. It's a piece of shit, but playing that piece of shit was still interesting and entertaining because it helped fill in blanks in that kind of timeline. And when you have like a lot of different interpretations of the same, you know, either the same game literally or even just the same kind of concept, you end up having like kind of particular things to look for. And in that situation, like, I'm almost immune to a game being bad. If it's frustrating, that's probably the quickest thing to put me off a game. But whether it's like slow or clunky or tedious or boring, if I have a purpose of playing it beyond like, I want to play this game or I want to complete this game, that can be a pretty big driving force for me. And truth be told, like, I wouldn't like anything that sort of is older or kind of doesn't hit that criteria for games that I would be interested in. I guess you could say that, like, when I say that arcade games in the late 80s onwards is the stuff that I like, what I mean is, I guess, that's when you're kind of reaching the point where I can trust that I'll enjoy it and I can like it sort of unconditionally. I can like it for its own sake. But anything that doesn't kind of hit that criteria, I'm probably not going to, unless there's some particular, you know, context for playing it. And if that's the case, then I'm not going to seek out those experiences. So it kind of works out, I guess. But on that token, you know, I'm not a big NES person, for example, right? So I have played NES games on my stream several times, but usually in the context of it's the NES Batman games or the NES Bond games or Mighty Final Fight, or I don't know. It could be something completely different, but just like there's some kind of context to it. And if I have some kind of context to it, that usually helps provide like reason to be into it. Sure, the timer's cool down top, so let's shout out Steric Moon. I'm gonna type in shout out Sharpie. I'm gonna remember to hit enter at some point in the future. Yeah, like, to be clear, like I said, I absolutely wouldn't say that games from before a certain date aren't worth my time, or aren't fun, or have by definition aged poorly. Like, nothing like that. But they're not likely to engage me, like, sort of emotionally, purely, as a game. But there's always exceptions. I love Crazy Climber, and I haven't played Kaboom, but I know what it is, and I could absolutely see myself getting kind of like in the groove with a game like that. And yeah, I'm sure you'll find games that just are like that. But even for games that I don't feel like I'm interested in playing for the sake of playing them, I will always have a degree of academic interest. Like, there's no experience with a game that, you know, to quote Mortal Kombat 3, there is no knowledge that is not power, right? So any experience learning anything about a game, playing it, going through something you haven't gone through before, it has value inherently. And I like to think I can get something out of it. But there's a difference between that and like being drawn to it because you are like engaged with it. I don't know. I like to think that I can differentiate between this is interesting to me, this is giving me something on the one hand, and like I like this. I'm seeking this out on the other hand. For me, those are like two different things. And just because something isn't the kind of thing I will seek out and it'll entertain me completely on its own merits, doesn't mean I can't get anything out of it, and it doesn't mean I'll look at it and like with disdain and say whatever. But at the same time, like, there's a limit to the lengths I will go for something purely out of academic interest. So I mean, there's a lot of, like I said, NES stuff doesn't really appeal to me. Like, as far as pixel art and stuff go, there's obviously really impressive, cool looking NES games, but the stuff that gets me really like hot and bothered and makes me want to do art and shit, like, it's not really that stuff. It's basically that stuff that's kind of one step past that and kind of onwards. All right, we got our ZMG, but we don't have a lot of health, so hopefully we're not gonna get too ambushed. Like, because dudes don't seem to really spawn, or at least trigger, in the exact same order every time here. Hard to be. The last time we were in this train car here when Sharpie raided, and we were chilling, and then I was standing here, and all of a sudden, like, two of these dual Uzi guys getting real close and personal. I was gonna say, I wonder if that triggered. I'm holding the trigger down. Picked up a door key. Oh, maybe you have to do this to get into the final room. I I guess they would want to prevent you from entering that room without having achieved... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so you destroy the last break thing, right? And when you do that, it spawns those guys, and that drops the key so you can enter the door. Because if you could enter that door without having stopped the train, it would get real troublesome. Because obviously the train is not actually physically traveling. The train is static. But there's an illusion of it's traveling because when you shoot out the brakes, you hear the sound of brakes. Alright, but that means that I have to be on the lookout for those guys once I shoot out that thing. So once we open this door, yeah, there's no zoom here. Odomov's gonna have his gun trained on Natalia. So we have about a second to see if we can snipe him and if that's gonna prevent anything bad from happening. Nice. Oh, she probably needs to hack this shit. That's how we learn. I get it. No timer yet. Hello. Good luck with the floor. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, auto crouching. Of course, I know health, so even dealing with those guards afterwards is going to be a bit of a... Yeah, please do that. You could have done that a little faster, I feel like, but... Kuba! Okay. Can't see shit, but... Oh my god, fucking D-pad. As soon as I try to go diagonal, if I try to like run diagonally, I like stop for some reason. I don't know what's going on with this controller or the game or what, but whew, I did not think that would survive the onslaught of those dudes back there with like 1 pip of health, and I got shot and the health bar like didn't move. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Feel like exhausted. This is a pretty exhausting game, but we're making tremendous progress, I feel like. Thank you for all the excited emoji and smileys and what have you. So there we go. That's another shout out. Got those out of the way. Everyone go follow these delightful people. You kill 007 and everyone in there. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, it fails you the mission. Ah, that sucks. Oh. All right. So let me take stock here of where we're at. Jungle. So we've cleared 3 levels. So I know that there's 2 secret levels, as I understand it. No one has to like explain this to me or anything, but I reckon we got jungle, and I guess that probably means 3 more actual real stages. Now I started streaming a few hours earlier than usual today, and I wanted to make sure that we have time, to the best of my ability, to complete the game on Wednesday stream. Get as much of it out of the way today so that we don't get too stuck. I wouldn't say that it's likely that we would finish it today, but if we were to do so, or get enough, like get far enough that we would be able to finish it quickly on Wednesday, that's still not a bad thing. I reckon we'll still dedicate today and Wednesday stream to this game, and if I were to finish early on Wednesday, we can try some replaying some levels or mess around with it, so that's fine. But feeling pretty good. But we still, I would say need to get through at least 1 more level today, or else might get a little stressful on Wednesday. But we have plenty of time. It's 6:22 p.m. and this is kind of when I usually start streaming, so we'll see how late we go since we started early, but we've got plenty of time still. Good progress. Jungle is the ASMR level. I don't know how to feel about that, but we'll see. Because we started earlier, maybe I should stop for a snack at some point. I'm not deathly hungry just yet, but we'll see. I do, however, want to take a short break. We can go for a while. I think it's time for another break. Ultimate bullshit level. It makes people hate the game. Still to come. I think we've had about 3 of those so far. I'm fully expecting to have several additional worst levels in the game yet to come, so that, you know, it's pretty much to be expected. Let me pause the timer there, and we'll take a few minutes to stretch, relax, go to the bathroom, maybe do a little bit of stretching, what have you. And I shall return in mere minutes, hopefully. See you guys in a little bit. Whew. All right. See if we can make a dent in jungle. I have no doubt that I will get completely lost. This level I kind of remember. I don't really remember anything about the level itself, but I do remember that there is a level in the jungle. I do remember Xenia Onatop shows up. And actually, I guess we've barely seen her in the game. Because in the movie, there's this weird little extra showdown with her that she's like shows up for like 2 seconds for them to like, oh yeah, I guess she like, we're done with her in the story, but she needs like she can't just disappear from the plot, so we have to like have her show up so that Bond can kill her in 2 seconds, and then we can move on. And I guess that's kind of what this is. But I recall she's like, there's this bridge over this like canyon or whatever, and she's like on the bridge, and she's got like a grenade launcher or some shit. Like, it's a little bit different from the film. But pretty much everything has been a bit different from the film. I guess that's the bridge that we see in the screenshot, actually, come to think of it. I remember Bond gets to wear his like little fishing outfit that I guess he has in the movie. And there is a jungle, and I'm sure it's going to be foggy, and I'm sure we won't be able to see shit, and I'm sure it's going to be maze-like and annoying, even though it's not actually much of a maze. You just can't see anything, and everything looks the same. I'm going to get lost. But that's most levels. Oh, we're in Cuba. Fog, no. Dark, yes. I mean, it's kind of the same difference, really. Although, I do kind of recall it being dark. I'll let you mention it. Yeah, I want to say, don't you get, like, an M16 in this level? Maybe I just remember him having one in the film or something. I guess we'll find out. Secret Agent James Bond, Mission 7, Cuba, Part 1, Jungle. Primary objectives: destroy drone guns, eliminate Xenia, blow up ammo dump, escort Natalia to Yana's base. Rare did well to keep fog out of their games. Yeah, but at what cost? Satellite reconnaissance has been unable to locate any installation near the coordinates recovered from the Yana's computer in St. Petersburg. Seems likely that a ground search will be necessary. The CIA has provided you with a light aircraft. Underfly Yana's radar and parachute into the drop. Proceed through the jungle, eliminating any opposition, and attempt to locate the Yana's base. Eliminate any opposition, such as, for instance, maybe, hypothetically, Xenia Onatop. Yeah, because that's the thing in the movie, right? Like, they get some kind of coordinates, and they do some kind of satellite inspection, and they're like, hey, there's nothing there. This thing would have to be huge, but we can't see it. And then, of course, it's like, aha, it's underground or whatever. Hidden in the satellite dish. And I vaguely recall something parachutes. Because I want to say that, wasn't there something with Xenia Onatop, like she, like gets stuck on a parachute? I don't know, she, like, her demise is, like, very anticlimactic, bordering on pathetic, as I recall. Now I just kind of want to rewatch the movie to, like, piece together my incredibly patchy memory of it, even though I watched it like 2 weeks ago. Miss Simonova will be with you on this mission. If Yanis is operating a GoldenEye satellite, her computing skills will be essential when you try to disable their systems. Jack Wade has given her some basic firearms training, and he thinks she'll be able to carry her weight in combat situation. Be careful though, 007. Remember, she isn't an experienced operative like yourself. It's ominous, but hey, she hypothetically can fire a gun in the direction of enemies to draw their fire or whatever. It's probably good. Also, let's remember to resume the timer here. I think it's good they're justifying why she's there, at least. You'll know you're on the right trail if you encounter Yana's troops or automated defenses. Be especially wary of the robotic drone guns. I'm giving you some triggered mines for their ammo dump. Try not to waste them on silly things. Oh, look out for that Xenia woman, 007. I think she's after you, you lucky devil. We'll see about that. Hot date in the rainforest? With 2 women. Shame on you, James. Well, I don't know about you, Miss Moneypenny, but some of us think about the mission at hand, alright? I like that everyone's preemptively freaking out about the drones. That's a good sign. Alright, everyone chill with everyone chill with advice and preemptive warning and I don't know, terror. I would also like to say that whoever claimed that there's not a lot of fog here, I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. I'm seeing quite substantial amounts of fog here. No, it's okay, Koso. I'm not upset. I'm just saying. Well, yeah, I guess she's in her commando pants. And we did get our little M16 with ammo. Oh. I'm going to need a bit of time, like, to parse what's going on and everything, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. That's how it goes. Yeah, like, the ambience is, like, it's kind of cool, but at the same time, because there's been a lot of music and some really cool music, sort of stands out a little bit. Okay. I think that was a turret. So far we've been in a very narrow hallway, but it's kind of opening up here. Try to stick to the walls. Just in the name of understanding what we're dealing with here. Okay, let me... I just needed some music. Okay, destroy drone guns. Blow up ammo dump. I just wanted to check because I had this vague recollection of destroying something, so I was thinking, like, wait, should I be shooting these crate? But I guess the ammo dump is some kind of collection of... It's not going to be these singular crates, I'm assuming. But this wouldn't be GoldenEye or the N64 if all mission objectives were inherently self-explanatory. We're going to need to do some trial and error to figure out what they actually mean. It's part of the process. Yeah, the M16 is quite satisfying. The AR-15 or whatever it's supposed to be. And I reckon hugging walls means I can kind of... There's fewer directions from which I can be ambushed. Well, I'm basically still in a hallway. Okay, that's a turret. It's behind this bush. I think I can see it. Yep. Oh, hello. I love that I can take cover behind a tree trunk. Ah! Alright, excellent commando roll, Natalia. 10 out of 10, no notes. Well, if it helps, my visibility is actually significantly worse on my screen than it is on your OBS, or in your Twitch window / my OBS preview. Yeah, we took like 70% health from those 3 guys or whatever. But yeah, like, so far, we haven't really been caught blindsided by, like, level being, like, really, really open and, like, you know, kind of like the, streets level, where you're in, like, a T crossing and all of a sudden you don't know whether to look left or right, and the direction you do not look at is like, well, that's where they're firing 3 rockets from. Surprisingly limited amount of dudes generally too, and even if we're walking like straight head on into a turret. Like, it appears like you can kind of take cover. Like, so far, this level seems to be one of the least fucked in recent memory. Looks like a turret, yep. Oh, a little guard station. Have actual guards though? I guess not. But yeah, hugging the walls appear to be a winning strategy. Well, the OBS preview isn't brighter per se. It's more like brightness levels on my screen might be slightly different. But the bigger issue is I have my light, which if I turn it off, it looks like this. So, as you can guess, it's a pretty bright light. And it's like immediately above my monitor. So, it's kind of in my peripheral vision in a different way than when I'm looking over here. So, it's kind of the ambient light makes the contrast a little harder to suss out. But I'm sure it's like some slight difference between the screens as well. But I noticed that, like, when I was playing on previous streams, I could tell that it was like harder to see, like, later in the night when the the sun goes down and it's kind of darker in the room. The relative brightness of that light is also greater, kind of exacerbating it. But that's the price I pay for my camera to... I guess I can't say to make my camera not look shit, but at least to mitigate the shittiness of my camera. Oh, there's the bridge. Wait, what was the objectives? So, I'm pretty sure we didn't walk past one of the drone guns, so I'm sure there's more to come after this. I mean, worst case scenario... well, worst case, we just die, I guess, but we might just walk into the end of the map without having completed objectives. But if we know that we can manage that, then, like, alright, well, we'll be okay. Well, I guess this is not the bridge from the... See, this is more what I remembered. This is not the bridge that was in the preview for the level. That's this big, like, proper bridge. This little rickety rope bridge, I guess. Oh. Okay. See, I did have a vague recollection of her, like, dual wielding something or other. And silver pants. Looks pretty cool. Oh. Back to crickets. So I probably should have just, like, run across the bridge so I had some room to actually maneuver. I'm kind of dead, but I did get armor, right? Is this the P90? It looks so fucking weird. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly a P90, but it's got, like, wooden grips. And the magazine is, like, bright, almost white. Because it's, like, the magazine is, like, at least partially translucent plastic. But it doesn't really look like that. I vaguely recall this gun being, like, mega good. I really like the AR already, but I guess we'll try that. Ooh, I can't zoom with this, though. Yep, there's a turret here. Over here. Nope, it's over there. I was gonna say, surely it's not... It's surprising that I thought I was wandering into its, like, firing range before without it shooting, but I guess not. Yeah, I feel like the zoom has been a big help so far. Maybe that turret's just a little bit of a dick. Just purposefully waiting to shoot you, make you think you're safe, and then all of a sudden, bam. Oh, big trees. I think, ooh, okay. Big old cave. I did vaguely recall a cave. Yeah, I figured there wouldn't be branching paths here. I want to see if there's something else here. I don't know what happened to her, but I guess she'll probably catch up. You get like stuck on a branch or something. Okay, someone or something is shooting. She was with me to the other side, right? She didn't get like stuck over here? Well, whatever. Maybe she died and we failed and I didn't even notice. Maybe we should check. Alright, we eliminated Xenia. It was with me at some point in history. Oh, okay. Did he come out of the cave? Who knows? Maybe she ran ahead. There's a turret. Okay, I'm trying to back out. At 64 aiming. Did you roll off the cliff? Maybe. Oh, this guy's still alive. Well, she was firing a pistol there somewhere. Okay. The turret is like basically right in front of me, but I can't quite... Oh, I think I see something. Yep. Pretty drastically low on ammo. Oh, okay. Not anymore. Also, got the P90, of course. It is so fucking satisfying being able to take out guys like essentially instantly. Oh, there she is. Okay. The guns really like go flying wherever. Like someone did a grenade throwing animation. I don't trust that it didn't. Yep. You got this fucking fully opaque smoke that'll linger for 5 minutes. There should be some ammo here. Okay. This is like cache or stash or dump or whatever they called it. Might be. I think that's her pistol, right? Oh, thanks, are so good. Supposed to blow this up? Does this just lead back to the ladder? No, probably not. Or maybe. Because that's where I... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it ties together. That's cool. See, there's more of this stuff. I don't know that I... Okay, let's see. It does let you dual wield. I've got... Is that a bullet holes or a thing? No, that was bullet holes. Alright, so I got 6 of these, plus the grenades I got from her. Do I like... I don't know. How do I trigger these? Do I switch to a detonator? I do, okay. Alright. That didn't even seem to explode it, so I'm pretty sure that's not stuff that was meant to explode. But that's okay. Yeah, I recall, like, my vague recollections of the dual wielding stuff, like, I remember doing it on this level. I don't know if it was, like, somehow facilitated by, or the asymmetric dual wield, or whatever you would call it. Get rid of that. Cover me. Oh, I mean, I can get it now. I just mean, like, using it to, like, equip other weapons in that same way. Oh, okay, there's a turret there, and there's the ammo dump. Okay, well, that means you probably don't want to climb up that ladder. Because you will be facing basically down the barrel of that turret. But I reckon we probably made it through most of the level. So we didn't really... Like, I took a bunch of damage against Xenia, but... I wonder if you can... You could probably use the mines to kill her if I had to guess. I don't know if it's, like, effective. But you could probably, like, toss them out. Like, you can run far enough to the... on the bridge to, like, sort of trigger her spawning. Chuck a mine, kind of run back and explode it. And she should basically be standing on it, I would think. But it's the kind of thing where... It might work really well, but trying to workshop it, like, trying and failing 2 or 3 times, probably a little more tedious than I'd be willing to put up with. Like, we did fine enough just shooting her, so I think we'll be okay. Alright, so... explosions. Get that gun. Of course, I'm not gonna, like, remember where all the turrets were or anything, but... They didn't really cause too much problems. Let me try something. Didn't, like, contain anything. Distinguishing some of these bushes from enemy soldiers is a real concern. I did fucking hit him in the helmet, though. It's so funny you have these, like, giant bullet holes on the helmet. But it's good feedback. Like, you can see that you hit the helmet and you figured, well, okay. I guess it didn't, you know, didn't penetrate. Helmet did what it was supposed to. See, you can, like, trigger it, or you can hear the noise. You can sort of be aware of the turrets. Usually still kind of get enough range on them to... Well, usually. Mostly at this point I'm just concerned with ammo, because at a certain point you start killing enough dudes that... Oh, thank you. You get quite a bit. But now I'm like... You don't even have enough to reload. A little scary. Probably dropped, or missed drop or two. See, there was a guy over here. No. Oh. I heard his, like, oh! I figured he died. Alright. Now, I do remember picking up armor somewhere. What's it over here? Yeah, nice. I was gonna say, if only I could remember where it was. Yeah, she actually, like, kills enemies. That's pretty impressive. So basically, just be very careful. And even if you kind of aren't... You can usually... Yeah. Like that. It's not the kind of situation like in certain other levels where once you get shot at, it's like too late. You can kind of almost on reaction like, oop, that's the turret. You kind of back off a little bit and then you can pick it off. Got one! Nice one, Natalia. Sure did. So, like, it's really the turret that's, like, behind the corner after Xenia. That's the first kind of gotcha moment. Is that her or a dude? I saw something. Oh, that's her. So that's, like, the first gotcha moment. And then, wow, more armor. I don't think I found both of these last time. Well, we'll take it. Alright, some Z... sorting issues. And then the turret, like, the one that actually got us last time. Actually, I guess we shouldn't underestimate Xenia herself. He can do some damage for sure. I mean, I wouldn't call this an escort mission, because I don't really have to pay too much attention to her. I don't really have to care, for the most part, at least. I mean, for all intents and purposes, she's kind of escorting me. So that's fine. She is literally helping, right? So... Oh yeah, there's the tower. I like that the turret... I mean, I guess this gun is just quite powerful, right? But... not even a thing. Do I have fucking full armor? I don't, okay. I was gonna say, is that when I can't pick this up? But no, it's just... The slope too finicky? Am I too... Is it the armor close enough to being full? Whatever, okay. I mean... I wasn't expecting to have this much armor at this point anyway, so I shouldn't be complaining. But I am a little confused. Is that a plant? I guess that was a plant. Not exactly speed running, but that's fine. We are gaming. Maybe he can't fit a third vest. That could be it. That could be it. He's like wearing one over his chest and he's wearing the other one over his back. Alright, so we're at the Xenia fight. Shouldn't be like doubling back, so probably if I just... Oh, okay. You know, I probably should actually double back. Okay. Not really sure. How do we do? Well, I guess I could go back to the armor now. I don't know if we did better or worse, but we're in okay shape now. Let me reckon. Yeah, that's okay. See? It was a good thing we couldn't pick it up. So we should pick off the... Well, there's guys here too, but I actually even see the turret right now. Pretty. I don't really need sniping the guys who might show up here, I don't think. We'll save a little bit on the AR ammo. Assuming there's someone here. Did they all come out of the cave? More armor over here? No? I guess they must have come out of the cave because there's just no one here now. I guess there was a guy. I'm just seeing like foggy dithered pixels. I'm guessing it like might be a guy. So there's a turret here, right? Not immediately here, but like... Oh, never mind, it was immediately here. So confusing sometimes that you automatically reload when you swap weapons too. It's like, cause I mean, like sometimes I get the buttons confused. So I mean to reload and then I accidentally swap, and then I swap back, and it's like, oh yeah, I guess that doubles as a reload. Got a grenade. Thank you. Okay. Kind of dropped it where it was standing, I think. Wait it out. Yeah, it's a little scary because like the sort of rhythm and positioning of their spawns, everything is like not playing out the same way. So hypothetically, I'm sure you could like lob an explosive up there somehow, but I know that there's a turret there, and I think I remember roughly where it is. Think he's still alive? This lean wobble. Oh yeah, she has the revolver. Someone mentioned that. Alright, we're good on ammo here. No need to. You stingy? Alright, alright. I think we barely got hit, so... Ooh, I actually got a grenade. Let's see... I know the turret's on my left, but I just need to be a little... I'm not sure if he was readying a grenade or checking his watch or what, but... doing something. See, I don't want to leave myself entirely open here while I'm... like that. I think I see a few skin-colored pixels. Alright, I heard I heard some kind of groan. So it is kind of trained on this direction. I wonder if that means that if you're climbing up the ladder, you kind of get... like, I wonder if the turret actually turns around. Okay, someone was groaning or grunting, but they were last time too. Alright, cool. Natalia doing action poses in the opposite direction. Fine. Alright, I'm gonna... explode that, because I might want to take cover roughly in the vicinity of that. He didn't fucking die. It's just littered with bullet holes. Alright. I'd say that should cause some kind of chain reaction. You don't really need... I wonder if Q is like being sarcastic and like giving you explosives so you can use them on the Xenia fight. When you like can just fire your gun twice. Okay, it just like despawned. So there was a turret. I see, I see. The way these rooms connected wasn't quite like I thought. Well, good thing I went back here. What's up, Jimmy Poopins? That's a good idea. Let me hydrate. You can just chill shooting at us for a little bit. I guess I can chuck some grenades. Oh, that seems a little dangerous. There we go. Well, I guess it's not going to come from that direction. Someone ran to the right there. I don't know. I was gonna say, I'm about to run out of ammo. I'm actually, in fact, fully out of ammo. And I'm also about out of health. Okay. I probably should have tried... For once, like, Natalia wasn't really helping there. I probably should have tried chucking a few more grenades in there, because if I had hit something to, like, blow up some of the crates, either the explosions could have killed them, or it could possibly have sort of cleared out the space a little bit. I'm also a little bit unsure. Well, I guess I don't feel like I'm gonna need the explosives, or at least not all of them. So maybe I will try... Maybe I'll try using them to simplify the Xenia fight a little bit. Do that too. Gonna say amass a little bit of extra ammo here, but I gotta like find actual drops. Like I keep failing to actually find the guns and picking them up. But I'm like out of ammo. Even though I specifically tried not to... Like, I held onto the pistol. Hopefully 6 is enough. Could be. Found 1. Okay, good. You can't really visually look for it, because everything looks like N64 soup. And the guns are all black. Alright, we got it. First armor. Whoops. Man, it's really bugging me that it doesn't show you, like, it doesn't give you any feedback on how much armor you get. It just says some armor. And, like, even if it is literally the same every time, you always get 4 little pips. I still feel like I would want to see, like, upon my armor changing, whether it's me picking up armor or me getting shot, I would like some visual feedback to know what it has changed to. I mean, yeah, it's hard to find stuff in a jungle. It's reasonable. Although it's true for, like, most of the game. Alright, well, I got it. I feel like I'm taking more stray hits now. Thanks. But yeah, that last room, which I assume is basically the end of the level. Oh yeah, second armor over here, right? Oop, yep. In front of me. Like, we should be able to get there without too much trouble. I mean, especially if I can manage the Xenia fight better. Because that definitely drained a chunk of health. I don't know what that guy on the right was doing, but... yeah, maybe I just need to do less manual aiming. It was an extended death. Ooh, wow, okay. Nice. So I think this is right before the Xenia fight, right? tower. This is the armor that's back here, that the one that I went back to grab. We'll find out. There's a bridge in front of us. Guess not. Nope, yep. Okay, there is. Might still be a dude here somewhere, though. What's up, Shout Blaster? Yeah, I know she's here. We, like... I just wasn't sure if the bridge was... Alright, I need to kind of see where she is, though. Alright. Interesting. She kind of seems to have, like, different hit stun mechanics. Yeah, when she did the roll, I was really hoping to get a lot of free hits in, and I think I did kind of so-so. So I still got hit pretty badly. Better than last time, I think, because I was already not at full health before the fight, and she didn't take all of our armor. So right now we're actually... What the hell? Does this... So it gives me 4 if I'm empty, but if I have 1 armor, it also just gives me... So I'm up to 4. Maybe only... Oh, that's confusing. Maybe a piece of armor can only replenish up to a certain amount, regardless. And maybe that's why I couldn't pick this one up when I had, like, 75%. Because it wouldn't have filled up any more than a 25%. I don't know. King of All, thank you for the follow. Game continues to mystify. Well, we're not better off than last time, but we're not worse off either. We're basically the same. Of course, we are armed with a little more knowledge. Level specific. I mean, I would assume there have definitely been armor pickups that give me full armor, and then most of them seem to have been like 4. I just assumed that, like, if you pick up something that gives you 25% armor, it will always increase your armor amount by 25%. But it appears that's not how it works. That's it. Like, it's not a matter of me being confused that my armor doesn't fill up all the way. It's that we had that situation where I was not at full armor, but I still could not pick the armor up. Default, you can detonate remote mines with A and B. Well, I'll try to keep in mind that I might want to try that if the opportunity presents itself. For the record, I'm using the solitaire control scheme so I can aim and shoot with the right hand and move with the D-pad. So the first time, I guess I was like a little bit trepidatious, and I wander around here for a little bit. Yeah, that's right, because we doubled back because I wasn't sure what happened with Natalia, so I was kind of looking for her. I didn't see anything, but I remembered shooting in that spot last time and hearing noises. And I guess I did this time too. Anyway, yeah, the first time it's like we had to fight like 3 or 4 dudes right here. So I somehow like drew them out of the cave. So now I'm going to try not to walk right into the turret fire. I have to be very careful, because I know it's like basically you're walking right into it, because I was joking about like, well, you don't walk right into it. And then I proceeded to literally walk right into it. But I have to kind of see... is that it? I guess that was it. Okay, good. Literally indistinguishable from, like, a fern. but I figured I might as well shoot it in case it is in fact not a fern. And of course I remember that it was roughly in that spot. Look painful. Thanks for taking care of those guys. I'm not even sure where they were. I'm just busy scouring for ammo. She'll take out the enemies. Yeah, I think this level is cool. I'm very impressed with how well they managed to have, like, the feeling of being in a jungle. Like, how organic it feels and how much vegetation there really is. Obviously, there's not a lot, and if you took out the fog, like, it would feel more open. But it's really impressive. I was kind of dreading, like, I was expecting it to feel kind of ridiculous. But it's, like, pretty intense, pretty cool. And as far as the lack of music, like, when Xenia shows up and there's, like, suddenly boss music, it's pretty intense, but it's also almost a little bit ridiculous. But, like, it works. In the sense that I don't even think about it for the most part. Like, you don't notice the lack of, like, when the cutscene ends and the mission starts the first time, you're like, oh, this is a little goofy. But then you don't really think about it until the music kicks in. You're like, wow, that's weird. But yeah, I think it works just fine. I think... Luckily, she's impervious to fire, I guess. I did not see anyone throwing any kind of grenades. What an annoying thing to lose, like, half your health and all of your armor to. But that's how it goes. That's GoldenEye. Maybe you could have had eerie, moody music that's also, like, they would have achieved a similar effect. I don't know. But I don't mind the... Dude. Even she is, like, blocking my leaning hitbox. Yeah, I'm not, like, yeah, I'm a little hesitant to fire. In that room in particular, they would always be a little bit grenade happy, but usually I don't get quite that caught off guard by it. Seeing as she can be pretty helpful, it'd be nice if she actually came with here. Alright, so I wonder if you can... The turret is, like, basically right there, right? The one that's, like, facing this way. Which I guess if it's facing this way, you're kind of better off creating it from the other direction. Yeah, I think if there had been music here, what I'm suggesting is definitely something more ambient and low-key. I do think that works for the level. Although, of course, we don't really have anything to compare with. But, you know, it works and I don't mind it. Right, she saw something I didn't. Trying to pick a few guys off here would be nice. Or I can just explode. I'm a little puzzled as to what that explosion came from. Because it seemed like a grenade explosion. I don't think that was, I missed a crate or something. I'm assuming that there was someone on that left. Like, it's kind of a three-way, like, the final room is to the right, and there's like two, I mean, there's like a pillar in the middle, basically, but there's like two openings there. And I was looking at the right one, and I'm assuming someone came from the left one. Because if you go all the way out to the left to the part where there's the turrets and everything, I don't know if they would have come from there, but I guess if there was someone there, they would have been able to sneak up on me. I deliberately blew up barrels ahead of time, specifically to not be around explosives. But I can't say for a fact that I clear the entire area of barrels. It seemed like a grenade explosion though. But I was just really caught off guard because I don't feel like I've ever had enemies throw grenades like that in that position before. I want to see where the dude died so I can see where there's a gun to pick up, but... Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a turret, by the way. Probably take that while we're at it. Eat me on. However I pronounce that, I'm not sure, but thank you for the follow. Ooh. Oh, he just slumped down. Okay, nice. This is a cool level. I don't dislike it, but redoing these parts is getting slightly tedious, especially... I'm kind of double check. Oh, so that one is actually a full armor. Holy shit. We're not doing a lot of, like, not making a lot of new discoveries in these parts. I don't have to, like, I'm still a little unsure about the ammo dump objective, but I'm assuming it's something to do with the... I shot all the crates by that little turret part up the ladder, and it didn't clear the objective. So maybe it's just something in the final room, or maybe I have to do both. I'm just, like, a little concerned I might have to shoot every crate that we pass by or something, but that just doesn't seem right. So I'm gonna assume that I don't have to do that. Because it's otherwise a waste of ammo, and annoying and tedious, and I don't want to have to deal with it. So I want it to not be the case. And we'll see if that is enough. I'm gonna say, there's a turret here, right? Ultimate fucking camouflage. Who was that guy? I don't know, one of fucking 60 nameless goons? Not sure. Messy. Alright, so, hang on. Took like one hit or so, but I... Yeah, but full health. I'm like trying to science some of this. So that has to be a full armor, yeah. I think the remote mine for Xenia wasn't a bad idea, but I'm not sure about the placement or the timing of it, because I was surprised at how like quickly it seemed, or sorry, how slowly it seemed to detonate. It seemed like I pressed the button and there's like a whole, you know, wait for Bond to finish the button pressing animation or whatever, and then the explosion kind of slowly came to a boil. And I'm not sure, like, do enemies also take, like, sort of ambient damage by wandering through the flames? I'm not sure. A technical question, by the way. If I can throw out multiple mines, right? So if I throw them out, if I throw out a couple, I just use the detonator once and they all detonate at the same time, correct? Or at the very least with one button press. Correct, okay, good. Because I was thinking I could throw out 2 of them or so, 3 maybe, and cover more of the bridge to not have to be as kind of precise. Of course, I'm not sure if that makes it a liability with Natalia, but I'm not sure. I guess you could stack them. Yeah, the reason I would want to use more of them though is because I'm like I'm unsure about the space, but it's like there's no feedback really, so I can't say how much damage he even took from it last time, if at all. So it's hard to say. Anyway, T, thank you for the follow again, and thanks for stopping by. I'm sure it's a rare treat for some folks to get to see someone fumble their way around this game. But I'm enjoying it, and I've had great support from chat. If I'm being a little bit whiny about spoilers or hints, it's mostly in a kind of preemptive capacity. I haven't really had a lot of like upsetting spoilers, and I'm not. Whoa, okay. That triggered way sooner than I was expecting. Well, forget the mind span. Oh, sick. That was half my armor just getting fucking sniped. Trying to navigate my fucking weapons wheel. Scared as shit for hitting Natalia, but that was not clean, but I don't know that I did any worse than before. I was just shocked because I didn't think her spawning would be triggered. In fact, this is actually our best attempt so far. I didn't think her spawning was triggered until I stepped on the bridge, and I wasn't even close to the bridge. Yeah, okay, so this armor would just flat out never give me more than 4, because I had like, I was missing 1 or 2 pips, and I tried to pick it up and it wouldn't let me pick it up, so it's just never going to give me more than 4 armor, I guess. Which means that at this point, if we are at full health and 4 armor, that's about as good as we can expect. Alright, so it's still kind of, I guess, attempt to draw out some dudes from the cave. No turret over here. There's just the one sort of right in front of you. I just shoot this thing that appears to be like a halfway rendered blurry burn. I hear a guy go, ugh! It's like, well, I guess that was a good spot to fire my gun. There's the turret. I can actually see it. Or, well, I can see something. The guy hiding over here, but maybe he was one of the guys who ran out, or it's him. Okay, I think I exploded the turret leftovers. Should be probably a gun over here, right? Oh, I guess maybe I didn't kill someone over here. I just shot them and aggroed them. We're approaching, having to worry about grenade territory up here. The dude here. And when I say here, I mean specifically on the left. Well, I guess not. Are you gonna come with or okay. Oh, I saw movement. I was literally about to say, like, oh, I wonder if one of them is gonna try to throw a grenade. I cannot believe I did not take damage from that. I am very grateful, mind you, but okay, try not to walk right into that, I guess. Let's maybe not run straight into that. She can snipe some dudes, that's fine. Or we can draw them out. I'm fine with either. I'm not in a rush. Right, this... If there's anyone left, they're gonna be alone. That's what I was trying to say. Game slowly eroding my ability to speak. I've only been gaming for a while. We've been live for about 5 hours, so checks out, I guess. All right, so we finally made it back here then. Trying to parse what could have. There's another corner. Oh, that's where those are. So I was standing like kind of in this tunnel when I got killed, I feel like, or at the very, like, at most, kind of around here somewhere. So whoever was grenading me must have been doing so. Oh, is that a barrel? Oh, explodes, whatever it is. It must have been a grenade, I agree, but I'm unsure of where it might have come from. That's my kind of point of confusion. But see, it could have come from over there. If I'm zoomed in like that, this entire area is like a complete blind spot. Okay, I don't mind them coming to me. In fact, that's preferable. I think it was crouching, because I think he was literally right there. I was going to say, let me hide behind that little pillar in the middle, but I just realized as I was running for it, that might expose me to the turret. I think I got him. I see that guy over there. Yeah, he didn't die. He's running into the open, so that's fine. Sick. Just possible for them to be visible if they're standing up there, but yeah, he's fucking flanking. That guy's gaming. Okay, hopefully we're reasonably safe. All right, Natalia, you want to make yourself useful? Thank you. I guess all I had to do was ask. Saw something move. All right, Natalia, you're up. There we go. I'm assuming we're dealing with some element of respawning or whatever. Okay, I'm good on ammo at least. I guess I'm not positive. There we go. But I blew up everything before, but I just wanted to confirm that's that objective. Apparently I'm all okay. I've already escorted her to the base. I didn't realize that, but cool. Fuck, okay. Yep, we were dealing with some respawns here. Careful with what? Okay. Oh, let me blow some shit up and just run for it. So clearly the guys were respawning there. There was no way we were going to be clearing it out, or else it would have been cleared out way before that. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, that was... I got a little bit... I just really didn't want to do that one more time. Not because it's like, oh, it shouldn't take this many attempts, but just because, like, it's it's so like there's no friction, there's no, you know, no trouble at all until the very end. Well, yeah, it seems designed for you to kind of like running for it is how you do it, because if you try to take out the enemies, you're just gonna fail back in, it seems like. Yeah, but it's so funny too that like a lot of the time you can have two dudes and it doesn't seem like a big deal, but then in this particular one spot there's two guys and you just lose half your health in a second because I don't know, they're just like fucking super snipers or some shit. It's peculiar. I mean, not that it's like impossible for a game to have enemies that look similar but behave differently, but it feels so out of place because you would expect the same kind of guys with the same kind of guns to, you know, shoot you in the same kind of way, dealing the same kind of damage. So when it doesn't do that, it feels unintuitive. All right. This looks obnoxious. Just looking at the thumbnail. Because this looks like it's going to be a big facility type thing with an open, like, I don't know, area with enemies. So I just realized this bridge that we see right here, that doesn't even exist in the level. There was a bridge, but it doesn't look anything like this. Kind of interesting. All right, so this is also everyone's least favorite level. All right, okay, sounds great. Protect Natalia, that's not ominous at all. Disable GoldenEye satellite, destroy armored mainframes. So we'll see. We've been going for quite a while. I'm not about to end stream, but I can feel a little bit of tiredness creeping up on me and a little bit of hunger. So depending on how this level goes, I would say well, my prediction, let me put it this way. My prediction is that we'll keep at this for a little while, but we might not finish this level tonight. But I'll try, and if we can, I think that will probably leave us at a good place to wrap up. And it should, if I understand things correctly, leave me with 2 levels for Wednesday's stream. And that should give us, hopefully, more than enough time to finish that. If I recall correctly, just from my vague recollections of having watched speedruns, I think the final level is not very long, but who knows? Even if it's short, it could still take us 2 hours to figure out how to complete it. So I guess I don't know. But we shall see. Mostly I'm just a little bummed that I felt so proud for realizing that I could use melee to sneak through the archives, and that was like the way to complete that level. And it made me feel that like, sweet, this is the key to dealing with stealth. And then we haven't really had opportunities for that. The game's not over yet. Maybe that still will come into play. But I had such a struggle with some of that stuff previously that I figured, aha, well, as long as I use this, we should, like, that should help us not get stuck. But then, that hasn't really played out that way. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not expecting any level to be like, I thought streets would be like, oh, that should be a nice simple, you can just drive through the level with the tank, right? That should be an easy level. And it's like the most insane, infuriating level so far, almost. I mean, Bunker 2 was a real wall, as most people had predicted, but it was a gradual, like, understanding and learning and getting through things. By the time we finished streets, it's like, man, what even was that level? We'll see what kind of particular flavor of bullshit this level has in store for us, but I'm sure we won't do it first try, I'll give it that much. But let's keep at it, let's see. The Janus Control Center has been located in an underground complex in the Cuban jungle. Into the Lion's Den, 007. Well, just be careful. Remember that you and Miss Simonova are a team. It's critical that you protect her while she's hacking into the Janus computers. With any luck, she'll be able to stop the GoldenEye from firing. I see. I think I recall what this kind of looks like. She's going to fumble around a bunch of computer panels, and we have to just stop an endless stream of spawning enemies, I figure. Yeah, thank you, Father Axe Keeper. Let's do some hydration. I kind of remember roughly what it looks like. While you're there, old boy, see if you can't erase the databases. The details of Yanis's criminal bankrolls are stored on specially armored mainframe units. That information is worth millions to Yanis. I'm sure you'll find some way of deleting it. Armored mainframes, huh? No, James, she's not the only woman who can operate a computer. Jesus. Destroy armored mainframes. I fully suspect that this level is going to have a bunch of turrets and shit around every corner as well, but, I mean, we can just... all we can do is just jump right in and see what's in store. Well, there's the turrets. Alright, we got some elevator music. Pretty good. Subtexy88, you know it. We're all about game spawn. Alright, so I'm just down to my trusty PPK. I just got rid of all my weapons from the previous level. No, okay, right. I just wanted to unpause. Well, that's highly civilized. Can I even shoot this thing? Cool. Well, that's not ridiculous or anything. I mean, I'm sure there's probably better ways to do that. I don't know. Stocked with decent amounts of ammo, at least. You gonna come, or I don't know how much of this area I need to clear. Okay. Of course. Jesus Christ. Who thought this would be fun? Like, it's so fucked because you don't have like a reasonable way to deal with this, because you have to like position yourself and know exactly where on screen to put your reticle, and then as soon as you get hit once, which happens after about half a second, like you can't shoot, you get knocked back. See? I'm a bit confused too, because feedback on hitting is so poor. I was shooting to the right of it because I like looked like it had a thing sticking out to the right, but I think I must have missed most of those shots. Alright, love starting a level with like 15% health. Like, aiming to shoot is like annoying as it is, but doing it like against someone or something that's like rapid fire shooting at you. Ugh. Yeah. This is like... it's just not fun. Like, I also have not failed to notice that the game has a mission like target time of 10 minutes from this stage, which means that if 10 minutes is a speedrun time, then this is going to be a fucking marathon of a level. We'll find something that works. We'll see. I mean, at this point, I need to like identify where the hell this thing even is. I don't know, maybe I can... oh, this isn't gonna work. I don't know. I reckon I can maybe find... there's so many guns everywhere. What I was gonna say is like maybe I can find some sort of spot where I can shoot it, but it can't shoot me. It's hard, like... there's no way for me to at present to determine what kind of range or angle they have. So I don't know if I can flank the turrets. Like, I would kind of not really expect it, but who knows? I also don't know that I can clear out these crowds. Knock back like 2 meters. Like see what I'm trying to figure out, like what it even looks like to see. I can obviously see where the muzzle flash is, but like I think the turret is like kind of to the right of it. Oh, fucking bullet. All right, there's another one on the right. I forgot. I just wanted to see like what it looks like, where it's like mounted, because I can't even fucking see what I'm shooting at. That's kind of the worst part. And I can't figure out if there's some kind of way that I might be able to get closer. Because if I run right ahead, like let's say I wanted to get right underneath it, I don't think I can. Without exposing myself to the next turret. I guess it's mounted in the ceiling. Oh, I guess that helped a little bit. We got to see it sort of in the corner of the screen. Not quite. Trying to snipe it from within the elevator at least does not seem to be the winning strategy. But the biggest problem that I can see is that trying to get somewhere is that once I move past this corner, there's like multiple turrets. I just wanted that gun. I didn't. Nope. Gonna real quickly. Yeah, that turret could still reach me. Something could still reach me. I just wanted to like try to parse the geographic space. Like, I feel like I get about half of a second to look before I'm shot down and before like there's too much chaos to even like take in what I'm looking at. So I'm trying to scout if there's like some other little pocket that I can, because right here I can run across and it's basically safe. So here, nothing there. They're like in every corner. Yeah, like the problem that I'm having is that I think it's possible that you could flank a turret. Maybe not in the sense that it's locked in a direction, because it looks like they're rotating freely. But if I were to attack it from an angle other than the one it's currently aiming at, it might at least take it a second to turn around. And I might land some hits or something. But even if I were to be able to find some kind of blind spot or preferential angle I can't find where that might be that doesn't also have two other turrets pointing at me, which is a slight bit of an issue. Take that one out, then we got that one to worry about. Like, the aiming is like, you have to align yourself perfectly before you do the targeting and like leaning, because if you're like in the aiming mode and have to spend time like precisely finding out where the reticle goes, like, yeah, that works, but those 3 seconds will be spent with a turret continuously firing directly through your chest. This is fucking stupid. So the guy behind is alive. But like, how do I find like a landmark aim at? Oh, and as you get touched, you get like knocked back and it just like resets everything. Like, is that how I'm meant to do it? Like, how do I even... Maybe I don't aim, maybe I don't target. I don't understand, like, because it's firing... I don't want an answer just yet, but... like, there was that little green computer screen. I was trying to interact with it to see if I could, like... Do I disable the turrets or something? Because it seems like, oh yeah, maybe you have to do that, and then she'll come out of the elevator or something. Maybe I'll try that, but I was trying to... I guess I didn't try shooting it, but I was trying to press the interact button. But even if that's a thing you can do, I guess we'll try to run for it. The knockback is like fucking preposterous. You get knocked back a full like 2 meters with every gunshot. Alright, that doesn't seem viable. I don't know by what miracle I was able to squeeze past there last time. So I don't have like any gadgets or anything. I can't like fucking flashbang them or something. I don't know. Controls are just kind of whack in this game. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, the preciseness of the controls have no bearing on the fact that if I expose myself, like, if I put myself in a position where I can shoot at the turret, there's like a half of a second before I start getting shot, and as soon as I start getting shot, I get knocked back. Like, I don't see exactly how, like, how's better aiming gonna help against this? Do I like do this, I guess? I don't know. That went shockingly well, but worked, I guess. Like up there somewhere. But the fact that you have, like, I don't know, the fact that this is what it's asking of me feels ridiculous. I can actually see it here. An actual turret blind spot. Holy shit. Well, we're making progress. We're like, I don't know. Once you get rid of the first one, like, it becomes a little easier, I guess, but... Still, you know, a little bit ridiculous. Maybe she needs to hack that little terminal screen. We like cleared the first room for the first time ever. Yeah, I can't interact with that. Door's locked, okay. Will we get her now? James, you're hurt. Yeah, well, no shit. Well, it's gonna be an annoying level, and I think, like, if I were to clear it tonight, that would be it would be nice to not have to deal with it the first thing next stream. But if not, I appreciate that, like, we will have had some preparedness, like, we're going through this. Did you open the door over here? Yeah, I guess so. We'll know what's in store, you know. Are you... Okay, thank you. But, you know, I reckon it's going to be a little bit of research. Kind of baby steps. That's a grenade. Making far faster progress than you ever did. That's like simultaneously encouraging and depressing. That it's like, all right, it's good that I'm by some metric doing well, but what was the intended experience here exactly? Yeah, research, you know, just like figuring out what's going on, having some... Oh boy. Data collected for future attempts. We're not going in completely blind. Okay, so there is some kind of branching path here, right? Mines, yeah, remote mines. Ammo. I'm glad that, well, having Natalia with us so she could shoot guys or turrets would be phenomenal. But I guess if she's vulnerable in this mission, then I'm glad I don't have to deal with her here. No, not like, no. I just mean like playing it to figure things out and getting a feel for what to expect. Wait, is there a dude up there? Or is that rock? I think that was rock. Like terrified of turrets and shit at every corner. Alright, okay. Now what? Love some better weapons. This is doing okay, but AR or P90 or something would be nice. Even the K47. See some brown pile of pixels that I think is a guy. I'm just like fully prepared for going around a corner and being melted by a turret instantly. Are these armored mainframes? Guess that's what these are for. Alright. I guess this is the control. Oh yeah, she said something about going to the control room, didn't she? All right, as usual, we're just kind of fucking around and trying to piece together. Like, either we can learn about layouts, or we'll learn where enemies are, or we'll learn something about the objectives, or we'll learn where the exit is. I guess actually I'm trying to piece together my weapon. Yeah, I should just do this. Yeah. So it's another one here, I guess. Alright, so I still have to have this equipped to do the quick detonation, I see. I'm just assuming those are the main... They look like the kind of similar things we were asked to explode in other levels, so... I'm gonna keep exploding those and hope that's what I'm intended to do. More mainframes or just a corner? Just a corner, a little attic. Yeah, I'm just like... Huh? Okay. Sure, we take those. I'm just feeling a little bit anxious about dying and starting over and then taking like another 10 attempts to get past the first room. Is that a full armor? Was. Nice, okay. So we're at like almost half health. I thought we were much closer to death than that. Now to figure out what we have and have not explored, slash figuring out how to find our way back to Talia, which I assume like we have to escort her here. Explode something over here. Oh, well, there's nothing to explode, I guess. Oh boy, okay, yep. Uh-huh. Oh, I hate that fucking corpse shielding. Alright, so there's turrets over there. This is kind of my way back. Somewhere around here. I think this is where I came from. Yeah. I reckon if I bring her here and we have to do some shit and I have to stave off guards and then we have to leave, probably gonna have to go through that room with the turrets, so I would suspect that it's probably a good idea to clear it out ahead of time. Even if I were to get killed trying to do so, I'll at least maybe have... been able to learn something about the level is what I wanted to say. I feel like the pistol might still be... Nice, okay. Maybe I was just too far away to be shot by it? Nice, okay. Okay, you can't hide underneath it. That's good to know, because it angles down. So there was one on either side. I didn't even really notice that, but I can see it here, of course. Which means that, like, leaning out of cover to shoot one of them is gonna be a little dicey. Oh, a long-ass stage. Yeah, we could easily spend another hour just fumbling about trying to learn. So is that room... Look at the... I even got a little bit greedy there. Getting like stuck on something. I'm getting way too greedy. I need to just do 1 or 2 shots. I wanted to say I could... This one... Oh, it's right there. I don't remember if there were more than that. I don't think there were. Set us down and left. Trying to snipe turrets with the analog stick looks like suffering. I think the short answer is that speedrunning GoldenEye is suffering. There's a lot of factors, you know, contributing to my not feeling very confident that anything I'm doing is like accurate in terms of the controller experience between the hardware, between the emulator, between the operating system and like Windows level settings. But even from my experience playing this on Unreal N64 at the time, I remember being like befuddled by the aiming and everything. And like seeing like speedrun stuff where people just like do this, whoop, like point the cursor somewhere and just like fire off super accurate shots. Like people can learn to do it. It's a real thing, but it's like, yeah, I agree that it seems ridiculous. Oh, there's a grenade right there. I actually heard the grenade this time. Well, I'm pretty much done. Oh, I didn't realize there were that many guys here. I'm behind. No, I just kind of wanted to... Someone dropped a grenade or something? I just wanted kind of to push through here knowing that I wouldn't survive. Just to do a little bit of exploration. Right, so this presumably is locked. I want to say it was the other tunnel down that led to the control room, but I think I went up there actually. So let me... Greetings, Wide Dreamer. Yes, there are control schemes that allow you to play with 2 controllers. Oh, right, this was just... okay. Well, it's a good thing I went there, I guess. Or, I mean, it's a good thing I remember that that's there. It's not going to make a difference this run, but... you can play with 2 controllers. I don't know how much of a difference it makes. Because, obviously, for aiming, if you had a D-pad for aiming, it's, like, not very precise. But for movement... Technically, the analog stick would offer you, you know... things you couldn't do with a D-pad, but I don't feel inhibited, like, because I'm playing it with the solitaire control scheme, whatever. I'm moving around with the D-pad and I'm aiming with the analog stick. So having 2 controllers would essentially allow me to replace the D-pad with a second analog stick, and I don't feel like it would make much of a difference. I don't feel inhibited by like, oh man, if only I could walk more slowly or anything. But I don't know that for a fact. Like, there might be other things that just makes it feel more natural. I don't know. What's up, Mendel91? We've been making good progress. We have hit yet another horrifyingly difficult and rude level. Oh, that's Boris. I just I just murdered him last time. Didn't fail me or anything though. Whoops. Oh, there we go. Well, please don't. Okay, well, you could have been a little quicker. He did pull a gun. All right. That guy just destroyed the computer. Yep. I figured, like, I just saw a little brown splotch and I killed it on my last time through here. I guess we can go find the armor, right? Keep us alive a little bit longer. Do a little more additional research. So I just saw that there was someone there, and I figured I'd better safe than sorry, and I just sniped him. And I figured, like, well, it's clearly not a regular enemy. There's some, like, either it's some kind of special enemy or it's some NPC or something. And I figured, I saw he was standing by the desk. So I was like, well, it's probably... the thought occurred to me that it could have been Boris, but I was assuming that it was... I guess once I shot him and he died and the game didn't acknowledge it, and I didn't have time to see who he was because the corpse faded before I could get close enough. You know, I figured nothing more was going to come of it. So I wonder... I had a thought when we saw the little stage intro. There was a shot that had like a couple of turrets and some kind of devices that I started thinking maybe those are the armored mainframes. Maybe these aren't the armored mainframes. Actually, let me try something. Alright, that seems armored to me. So I'm gonna say, oh, I have a hand grenade also. Okay, seems like a liability. Let's do that. I think we got it. So maybe we're just destroying the, like, maybe I'm just preventing her from being able to hack this shit now. I don't know. All right, so let's get down here again. I'm actually pretty surprised and impressed that I'm able to oh, 0 grenades, thanks, that's very helpful. So now I have to press another button. All right, okay, whatever. I thought this run was over a long time ago, so I'm surprised that we actually got to explore this much. Alright, so she's gonna do some shit in here while I'll have to shoot a bunch of dudes, I reckon. But one thing at a time. So this is where I got in from, and this is the other room with the big brown thing, right? Yes, okay. I'm just like orienting myself. Figuring out what's what. So that's locked. Yep. So it would appear that all I can really do at this point is open that door and shoot some turrets and try to piece together what's gonna happen. I think there's some dudes here also. I think that's the room that we saw in the intro cutscene. But I thought it might have something in it that might be armored. Mainframes. Alright, so I'm gonna try to do this. Okay. That's one turret down. Yeah. Okay, almost. Nice. For these ones, okay, I don't know. There is a turret on either side here. I know that much. Nice. But I don't know if there are more turrets inside here. See, yeah, maybe these are the things that I saw in that shot, but clearly those are not armored mainframes. Those are metal crates. Terrifying. I don't know where it's gonna be a turret. Maybe I saw that thing, but it's like in the opening shot, but it's same thing as the ones I have been destroying, so I think that's correct. Surely there shouldn't be more turrets up here. If there had been, they would have shot me. This. So, okay. I don't know. Well, okay, I guess there was a thing I needed to explode in here, so that's the purpose of getting in here. I guess that makes sense if that's the case. So maybe I could have gone back to get her, or I can please do that now, unless I've somehow fucked up a progression trigger by killing Boris or something. But, whoops, squeezed in under the staircase there by mistake. Dude, this was even like a botched attempt because I took a bunch of hits early on and I have like no health. But as far as I can understand, you always, like, you don't take damage until you've lost all of your armor. Yep, well, let's try. There was some little bit of dialogue with Natalia before that I didn't quite pick up on. I just saw she mentioned the control room about the blast doors, something or other. Yeah, this is locked, right? Yeah. So either she'll come with us now or whatever, or she should at least be able to inform us what's going on / what we need to do. Assuming I can still get through here. And I cannot. I guess we might be soft locked then. Because this door, like, she opened it and it stayed open for a while and then it closed when I was on the other side. And then I got through it. Like, she closed it and then opened it again immediately. But I guess once she let me through, she's not going to open it. It's quite unusual for this game. Like, if in fact... shooting Boris at the right time, or at the wrong time rather, has triggered some kind of fail state, I would have expected the game to fail an objective. Like, let's say for example that I need him for her to do whatever she's supposed to do, then I guess it should like fail an objective or something. I don't know. That, like, I'm saying that because that appears to be how the game has functioned for the most part. I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to interact with something here. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. But I do remember this. Like, some part about, like, these multiple terminals. And I want to say she, like, runs between them. She's not dead. As far as I'm aware, she's still in the first room, like, at the beginning of the level. Well, this run did go further and better than I ever expected. I thought I would be dead long ago. But on, you know, on that token, oh, this is just a, I thought there was something on this crate, but it's just a 5 on the wall. But I figured out a pretty safe and reliable way to take out the turrets in this room, so I feel like the first couple of turrets and yeah, that's really the worst part. Need to be in the correct, so I'm pretty much ready to just reset, because I assume that I have failed this mission somehow. But if you mean to tell me that I am in fact not soft lock and I just need to do something, yeah, okay, that's okay. I'm just, and I'm not asking for like directions either necessarily. I would be curious to know, however, because like if I start over because I think I'm soft locked and I do the same thing over again and I end up in the exact same spot, I guess I would be a little bit annoyed. Not because I could be finishing the mission right now, but because I might have more opportunities for like learning what's coming next. So I guess I can ask this question. I killed Boris. Like, is that a bad thing? Because the game didn't seem to acknowledge it or like have much to say about it. Yeah, because the other thing is, like, again, Natalia had, like, there was some kind of line of dialogue that I didn't really pick up on. Like, there's a lot of things happening at once. Yeah, this is the computer he was standing in. Don't think he matters. Yeah, that's kind of what I would have thought. Because ultimately, like, he shouldn't really matter. But, like, I don't think I'm meant to, like, blow any of this shit up. That wouldn't really help me. Because I've kind of gone everywhere I can go. I've destroyed all the armored mainframes. And I can't go back to where she is, because the final blast door that leads back to the area, the beginning area where she is locked and it won't open. Yeah, she's still by the computer terminal at the very beginning. And I can't go back there because the blast door that leads to that part won't open. Or at least I can't open it. So my thought was that no door here or anything. My thought was that she had said something in the dialogue that would give me some kind of hint as to what I needed to do or where I needed to go. But I'm not sure if that's true. So I don't know, like, I don't think she was supposed to come with me, because it very much seemed like she just stayed by the terminal to open the door for me so I could go through. But is she, like, meant to... obviously, she's meant to come here eventually. She says something about a door. I feel like I've tried every door. Because there's no more doors in here. Unless I missed something upstairs. Nothing here. Let me double check. I went up. I'm pretty sure I went to check both sides up here. Nothing here, at least. Yeah, I've been back to the door I came from. That's like what I did immediately preceding this. No, not at all. You're not in any way obligated to help me. Right now, like 5 minutes ago, I was literally about to abort the mission and start over because I assumed that something was borked. But it sounds like I am just like everything is what it's supposed to be. Fucking door here. Okay, there we go. I guess this is where I'm going. I didn't even fucking see this. Okay, there we go. That's it's somewhere we haven't been, and I'll take that. But it seems like it would lead back. There we go. Jesus, this game. Didn't he drew a gun on me. Clowning around. Wait. Okay, so I guess we did fail because we shot him. But we only get the feedback on it now? Is that... Alright. Can we leave? Can we just take the elevator and leave? Alright, that was interesting. That was interesting. Yeah, it was just like I mean... It makes sense, but it's weird that... I mean... I shouldn't say weird, it's just a little unintuitive. It would be fine for the game to just fail me right there, but still give me that dialogue when I met back up with her. It wasn't like I was in any way expecting to actually clear the mission, so that's fine. It's not a problem. Yeah, I mean, of course, the first time I saw him, I shot him before I even saw who he was, but I had the sense that it's probably not just a regular guy. So next time, let me walk up a little bit closer, and then it's like, oh, okay, it's Boris, and I walk up to him, and he pulls a gun, and I shoot him, and then after he's dead, his dialogue plays out, and it says, oops. Or I guess I did see his gun like plop out of his hand, so I know that, all right, okay, I don't need, like, he's not an actual threat. He's just gonna drop his gun. So the instant first thought I had was like, oh, of course, all right, next time I'm of course not gonna shoot him. I need to see what happens. So yeah, and Koso spoiled basically that I shouldn't shoot him, because as soon as I shot him, before I even saw who he was, like, I saw chat going, oops, like, so it's whatever. But it doesn't matter. Like, I expect to go through everything like 8 times. No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem, but like, I did notice. Every single objective on every single mission takes like some guesswork. A lot of them you can kind of guess the first time, but a lot of them you kind of don't. And in this case, like, no one has said anything about like, watch out for Boris, don't shoot him, you're gonna need him. Like, so, you know, you're just gonna have to do a little bit, but trial by trial by error. It's not the expression, but it's kind of what kind of how it goes. No, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. But either way, like, I figured even if it wasn't necessary, like, I could tell that, like, well, there's probably something would have happened here if I didn't shoot him. But I think we're making tremendously solid progress. I have a halfway reliable method to at least deal with the turrets at the beginning. And the turrets that are in that other room behind the control room, yeah, I can just, from further away, they don't shoot you, so that's easy. The enemies aren't really a threat. There's a few rooms where there's like 3 or 4 of them that I should probably not just run into blindly. We didn't complete Objective C, so there's presumably more of those somewhere else, but there's clearly parts of the level we didn't get to yet. So, yeah, I think next time we'll get to Boris, we'll not shoot him, we'll see what happens. Yeah, you're just gonna have to persevere, I'm afraid. This is the price you have to pay for watching someone play this who hasn't played this 100 times. The cost of doing business. Let me pause the timer there. I will definitely need another short bathroom break before I make one more attempt at this, but we'll make one more attempt, and we'll see how it goes. And either it's going to be our final attempt, or we're going to actually do it, or I'm going to be extremely pissed off and fired up to keep trying. We'll see how it goes. But I need a little bit of a break. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, I'm back, and stepping away from the focused experience of playing this for about 2 minutes made me realize that I am in fact getting quite hungry. I've been going for 6 hours 10 minutes, and it is currently 8:35. I think I had lunch at about 1 p.m. maybe. Everything is a fog right now. I need to eat soon, but we can at least squeeze in one more attempt. We'll see how it goes. Let me resume the timer. We're about to hit the 14-hour mark. Still not the longest game so far. That honor still belongs to Operation Stealth, aka the Stealth Affair. But I was fully expecting this game to end up the longest by the time we're done with it. Average length of game is definitely going to go up quite a bit at this point, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Depends on... In the case of Operation Stealth, it wasn't a great thing because that was a tremendously annoying game. It's not a great point-and-click adventure. This has actually been kind of more frustrating than I was expecting too, but it's been cool in its own right. But yeah, a lot to reflect on once we have more data on all the other games as they become completed. Well, let's resume the timer. And let's see how this goes. 21:19. Futzing around. Yeah, there's the main control room. I'm just excited to see what happens with Boris. That way we don't kill him. How is that going to play out? Yeah, those are the metal crates. I recognize this room now. Got it. Fishing gear bond. Ready to go. Wait for the doors to open so we can dash through. Nice. Okay. I still kind of prefer to use the pistol for this. Fuck off! Alright, we got it. Fire up. Looks about right. Nice. The last one we can actually see before it can see us. Nice. Okay. I mean, it's still stupid. But we got it down to something manageable. I cannot and I will not defend this nonsense. So maybe, can I... Is this enough to convince her? No. I was thinking maybe I just need to take out the turrets. Because I can see why the game would require me to take out the turrets, because obviously there's no way she can, like, navigate them. Yeah, we're making good progress. I just want to, like, when I say that it's, like, so stupid, what I mean is, like, my feelings at the... Oh, you were wonderful! Oh, it's sick, I didn't get hurt. That's sick. Different line of dialogue. Let me pay attention to what she's saying here. Blast doors have been locked by the security computer. Got one open. Head for the control room, James. I'll do what I can from here. Okay. Guess she's not gonna keep chatting. Yeah, like it seemed sort of impossible-ish. It was like, what am I even expected to do? It's like, yeah, we found a way around it, but it still feels like the way we're picking away at those turrets, like, it doesn't at all feel like that's how you're meant to do it. Like, it's, yeah, it feels weird. We're playing on Secret Agent. Been a Secret Agent level playthrough. Oh my god. I'm at half health. I didn't take any hits in the turret section, and I got shot once, and I'm at half health. What on earth happened there? That guy threw a grenade, so I can't really double back. Well, with some luck, we don't need to really take any more hits before we get armor. That's annoying. Well, I guess I might have taken one more stray hit before, but Jesus. What? Like, how did that guy do that damage, like, instantly? Yeah, I don't have a strat for this room for sure. I need to work on that, but I guess it's just one of those things where normally, see a guy like this pop up, and I'm, like, reading chat when he walks into view, and I'm like, oh, I guess I need to shoot, and, like, it's fine. But once in a blue moon, you're in a room where, like, there's a fucking superhero who just destroys you. That's basically the final room of the jungle level. Yeah, I don't know what any of these guys are doing, but they're not really much of a threat. So you get kind of calibrated to that, and then all of a sudden... The turret's here, right? No. Alright, let's find out what happens here. I just look after the computers. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just an international spy. Oops! Please don't shoot. Rebellion made me do it. Collect this. Aha! I am invincible. Alright, good. Good for you. I didn't want to explode these right next to you anyway. I guess someone took damage from that. I guess I killed someone who stood up here. All right, good, nice. There's a door. Oh yeah, I guess I killed someone over here too. There's the door is just like invisible to me because it's just like a big black splotch. I still reckon I'm better off. I'll grab the armor. I still feel like I'm better off taking care of that extra room before I bring her back. I mean, of course, for all I know, maybe I let Boris out of my sight and that is a mission fail also. I don't know. But I guess it didn't fail because we needed him. Strictly, like, that's not what actually happened. What actually happened was Natalia was very upset with me for killing Boris, so she just decided to leave. And that her decision to leave is what prevented us from completing the objective, not anything to do with Boris, strictly speaking. Which I suppose means that we might be okay. Him running off is probably what was meant to happen. He runs to the armor room and disappears. Okay, so that, like, he runs up there and, like, fades out. Okay, good. So I'm assuming we're fine. What was I about to say? Yeah. I'm gonna presumably have to explode the mainframe thing in here, and I'd rather do that without having to worry about her. If this is a stupid or time-wasting or long-winded way of doing it, I don't really care. I'm more concerned with playing safe at this point. Ah! I was like really mashing to try to get the turret exploding before the door would shut. Nice. So now we got these two side turrets. Wah! I just realized I might be walking into the fire. Aha. I got spooked there for a second because he was doing some squats or something. I wasn't sure if he might have been chucking a grenade that I didn't see where it went. So the objective isn't completed, so presumably there's more of those. I just hope that those are the armored mainframes, so I haven't been blowing up something completely different. But... ah! Don't you hate it when you try to walk up a staircase and you accidentally squeeze yourself in underneath it instead? Hate it when that happens. Alright, let's see what she has to say. Coming, James! Alright, that's good. This is probably going to be a bit of a nightmare. I don't even know what to expect exactly, but I've been instructed to, like, protect her, I guess. But I have no idea where I should be. Ah! Dislodged the staircase. Where I should be standing. GoldenEye set to fire on London. Leaky stairs, yeah. They're simultaneously slippery and, like, locking you into place. Of course. And klaxons. Like, uncomfortably open here, but I feel like I have to... oh, I'm getting knocked back. Holy shit. Alright, we got some superheroes here too, it looks like. She got shot. These do not seem like they're garden variety enemies. There were fewer of them than I expected, to be honest. I wonder... yeah. So they come from, like, up here. Some of them seem to come from down here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I was never expecting that I would complete this on this attempt. All I really wanted to know is, like, what is the next phase? Like, what is the next thing that's going to happen? So she's going to be standing over here. I wanted to kind of be here to see, like, where she might get attacked from. I wonder if standing in, like, a spot like this... well, it's not. Like, on the one hand, I want to have, like, a view of the scene to understand where the enemies are coming from. But the more of the area I can see, the more of the area I am visible from. And I guess you really don't want to be standing anywhere close to an explosive desk. And what troubles me the most is just that I have no better understanding of, like, do I want to stay upstairs maybe? Like, if people are running in to shoot her, I don't know where they will be shooting from exactly. I don't know how close to her they will run up. Like, hypothetically, would I know, like, would I be able to see, and I'm not asking chat, this is again hypothetical. I wonder if I would be able to see them run up and get into position to shoot her, and I would shoot them when they're in position. But they're probably going to come from, like, multiple directions. Given how well she handled herself in the jungle, I'm a little alarmed at how quickly she seemed to die. But at the same time, these dudes seemed really weirdly tough and high damaging. So... oh, I'm just, like, really annoyed because even like theory crafting and attempting different strats, you have to play for like 10 minutes before you get to that point. I guess in the name of research, I could forego doing the back room to get to that part a little bit faster. Clearly, I feel like I can conclude That the strategy I attempted, if you can call it that, the place I chose to position myself, isn't there like a blonde guy too? Huh? Did not, like, I don't know what the winning strategy is, but I can tell you it wasn't whatever I attempted. I didn't even get to fire one bullet. I guess it's like, I'm at half health. It's like scanning back and forth maybe, and if it's like over shooting the wall over there, I'm like, okay. Whoa. I have like no focus right now because I got so pissed off with getting hit by that first turret. Yeah. And given how that room goes, like, you kind of want to try to make sure to do the first room without getting hit. But it's still like, even having the, like, all right, I'm going to aim here, I'm going to be careful, I'm going to lean out and shoot, but I'm not going to shoot more than once. I have all the precautions, I have the strats, I have a plan, and I literally lean out, and before I can fire my first bullet, I get shot. Please, auto aim. Okay, I can't believe I got through there. I wonder... seems doubtful. I was gonna say... like if having a peek further away would help. Because a gun can, like, you know, it's effective at whatever range. I wonder if... that hard to piece together. That is the turret. Okay. So there is a spot I can find here. Blind spot. Okay. See, maybe this is where I would want analog movement, because I can maybe move more slowly and find this kind of... trying to see like where it even is. But here I'm so head on, then it's going to be really awkward to try to find a spot like that. Thing is, like, because projectiles have travel time, they're really fast, but they do have travel time. I guess why it's like a little easier to not get hit by this turret. Alright, so the first turret was like a big pain point previously, but now it's like, alright, so I know that I can look around a corner to get it. I'm still continuing here because I want to see if I can get a grip on the hallway guys. Question here is, can I just gonna go like push that door open? Hopefully. Do I need to talk to her? Do you need to give me the exposition before she'll open the door? Nope. Nice. Gotta do a little more hacking. There you go. Got one open. This guy's fell over. So here's the part. The superhero gang. Look at that shit. Their reflexes are fucking on point. Eventually they might start grenading. Someone got hurt in the process. Oh shit, there was a dude hiding in the fucking opaque smoke through the strats. Well, it's a little bit unfortunate because I didn't exactly learn anything there, did I? I'm like playing very carelessly at this point because this attempt is definitely a wash. But I'm kind of curious to see. I wonder if I can use corpses as shields. I thought it hadn't really occurred to me. The enemies do it on a regular basis, but I guess he does run away when you like when you don't look at him. I wonder if that's something. I wonder if I missed something. I wonder if I should have kept my gun on him longer. Like, I can get to her sooner. I.e. now, basically, I guess, right? Oh shit, I didn't get the armor. But actually, this is not, maybe not so bad routing. It just takes a minute for her to get here and trigger the alarm. Thankfully, Boris didn't take the armor. So I got hit a bunch at the beginning. Where are we with life? All right, we're at, well, we're not literally at the least possible amount of life, but just very close to it. Oh, okay, so she won't, nice. The alarm won't trigger until I'm there. Where do I stand? Maybe she will refuse. Because I have to fucking be down here. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm stomach for fucking 1 year. They come at like opposite, like waves, left, right, some kind of shit. So it does seem like they kind of don't really do much until they get down here. Now, of course, I didn't do that at next room, but alive, okay. But maybe once she's done with this shit, she can actually defend herself. Where's... Oh my god. Fuck off! I didn't, like... Where the fuck did that guy even come from? This was legitimately far better data collection than I was expecting, though. Because yeah, they don't shoot from upstairs, which was kind of my thing. I was holding the trigger with no ammo. I see. So it seemed like for the most part they came running down the stairs. There was that one instance of a dude like breaking the glass on this side over here, and I happened to be standing here when he did, so I can shoot him. But the guy who shot her was like crouching down here. Please don't tell me how to play the game. It's like my first time playing, and I'm not looking for people to tell me how to play it. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I know a lot of people like this game, and it's exciting to watch someone play for the first time. But I'm kind of going through the process of learning this game and understanding it. Having said that, it's not a bad piece of advice. I guess I happened to be on the left side when the guy was coming in and broke the glass, so I was literally right on screen, so I noticed it happening. I guess I was thinking that if it would happen on the other side, I would have heard it. The glass was eventually broken on the other side, but I can't, like, it's so chaotic, so I don't know. I feel like when she got killed by the dude crouching on the right-hand side, at that point, the glass had not yet been broken, I think. But if dudes are spawning there, like, regardless of where they come in, like, that's the thing. Maybe someone ran in from below, and because I saw guys running upstairs and they're running down the staircases. Like, that's basically where I caught him, right? Maybe one of the guys came down the stairs and sat behind the desk. Or maybe he didn't come down the stairs. Maybe he spawned on the lower level and just like ran in or something. I'm not sure. But we managed a lot of good data collection. I mean, compared to the first attempt, like, because the first time I ran up to a dude and I was like panicking kind of about the guys. I was expecting them to be shooting from above. But as it turns out, they don't really seem to be shooting. Like, as I was speculating on right before this attempt, like, I wonder if you can kind of tell where they're positioned or the distance. So they clearly have a lot of different positions that they might be shooting from, but they will be running up pretty close to her before they start shooting. I also heard her getting shot and surviving, so she can at least take getting shot like once. Maybe it's not like one shot, but like, she won't die in one hit, at least. Or she can, under the right circumstances, withstand at least one hit. But I would say at least one, like, burst of shots from one dude. I'm assuming that they are going to be pretty focused on her. They might not ignore the player completely, but they seem focused on killing her, which means I wonder, like, thinking again about the breaking glass and like creating more visibility for where the enemies are, you would think logically that if these like opaque glass walls are gone, enemies would have an easier time shooting her. But I presume that the pathfinding is such that they would never shoot her from behind that positioning anyway. But the bigger concern I have is whether they would react to you. But I'm feeling they might not. It seems like pretty specific how they're moving and where they're going. It's just a matter of having awareness of all the different routes they could be taking, so you know where to kind of try to look out. So obviously I picked up pretty quickly on the fact that they kept coming down the stairs, but because I didn't really ever see where anyone went after coming down the stairs, I don't know what they're kind of trying to do from there. But trying to, you know, I can't really afford to let them run around to see where they go, because at that point they're going to start shooting. But we learned a great deal of things, which is that, like, she will wait to trigger that sequence until you're there. So you can let her in, and then you can go grab the armor, and you'll be fine. I still feel like you probably want to, like, take out the mainframes and shit before she's done, because I imagine even when she's done, The enemies probably aren't going to stop appearing, and you probably don't want to have to deal with the turrets and the mainframes and shit while you have, you know, enemies spawning. But like I said, maybe she's really only vulnerable when she's in, I mean, maybe not literally, but like when she's not fighting back, she will get killed easily. But maybe if she's done hacking, she can do some gun shooting and actually take out enemies, meaning she's like not a burden or liability to the same extent. I.e., even if you have more enemies, having her around makes it still like a net positive, maybe? I don't know, I'm just guessing. I will say that having a strategy for taking out the mainframes and the turrets means that I can do it without worrying about her, and that's the method that I trust. However, it takes time, and it makes every subsequent attempt more time-consuming. I'll have to do a lot of thinking there, but I think I would really like to know, and again, not a question to chat. I wonder what happens when she's done. I guess she will disable the GoldenEye satellite, so it'll say Objective B complete. And then we'll move on through one of the locked, previously I should say locked blast doors. Well, I'm assuming that the things I have been blowing up are the armored mainframes. Like, you never know. But I've blown up all of the ones I can find. So I'm assuming that once you progress past the control room, there will be more of them that you have to blow up. Which means that there might be more turrets, there might be more, like, I don't know. But all of the ones I've found and exploded, I feel like I would much rather deal with all of them whenever Natalia is not around. But obviously, even if I take out all those, I get her back to the control room, we do the whole GoldenEye sequence, she completes that. I am assuming that at the end of that sequence, she will also conveniently go, aha, I managed to unlock this door, and you can move on. And you move on to somewhere where you're going to find at least one more mainframe at some point, and then some kind of exit. Can I go back? Oh, shit. Okay. I should have pressed next, because I wanted to see my stats, because I was curious how long that took. And I'm saying that only in the, like, I guess I don't see it until you after. Anyway, there's the target time of 10 minutes. I have no intention or expectation of reaching that time, but I'm wondering how much of that is because of the forced kind of waiting thing. I'm like trying to mentally just calculate how long is this level and how much of it, because you think of, I don't know, the what was it called, the warehouse level, depot. This one had a target time of like 140, and that felt like nuts. Not that it couldn't be done, but I couldn't see how it would be done. I would need to like do a lot more studying. Essentially, any time spent like actually traversing and shooting enemies and whatever, like for the target time, you're expected to do that super duper quickly. Whereas obviously time that you just have to wait because it's like essentially an auto scroller, it's not going to change. 10-minute target sounds extremely high, but if like 5 minutes of those are waiting for her, and we maybe already did 3.5 of those minutes, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but I'm curious. Although for all I know, maybe we did 1 minute and it's like 8. I don't know. I'm just trying to go on whatever data I have to see what I can sort of suss out. But we advanced through like multiple lines of dialogue from her while she was doing hacking. So I feel like we were doing good progress, and I don't realistically expect that particular sequence to be lasting like super long. But I'm also not at all confident that we're done after that sequence. For all I know, once we're done there, we might have to do the exact same thing in a different room or something. I'm not sure. We've been going for 6 hours, 44 minutes, and I think that is a reasonable place to wrap up for today. I think we are in, I wouldn't say a great spot, but we are in a decent spot to potentially finish the game on Wednesday. Based on my speculation, calculations, I don't know. We finished Streets, Depot, Train, and Jungle today. At least one of which was a stage that some people in chat were like, oh, this level is a pain in the ass. I feel like we've had one of those per stream, more or less. Maybe not the first one. Although, we did damn 00 Agent, and that was a pain in the ass. And we've got... I'll say this much. When we reconvene, we're in a good spot for the control level. Like, I feel good about not having to start that from scratch. And, there's not that much left after that. So I wouldn't say we've done, like, amazingly in terms of pace. But we're kind of keeping pace based on my scheduling. So... I will try my best to finish the game on Wednesday, and I would say, based on how today went, I think we'll start Wednesday stream early too, just in case. And we'll see. I would reckon either we kind of go for as long as we need to finish everything up on Wednesday, or if things go completely to shit, I might just squeeze in an extra stream, like an emergency extra stream on Thursday to finish things up. But we'll see. I'm reasonably determined to try and finish this game this week, but if we can't, we can't. It's not the end of the world. It's just that I will be away. I'm out of town this weekend, so there won't be a Saturday stream, and there will not be a Monday stream next week. So if I don't finish on Wednesday, we would end up with like kind of a long break just before the very end. I would rather avoid that if at all possible. So Wednesday stream will start earlier than 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time, I would say. I can't give you an exact time. It will just have to kind of see on the day. But sometime in the afternoon, I reckon, we'll start. And hopefully we can hit the ground running. We can clear control without too much hassle. And try to wrap up the last bits of the game too. We'll see how it goes. I look forward to Games Bond on the Game Boy after this. GoldenEye is a cool game, but it has been a bit of a struggle. I feel mixed emotions, frankly, about having chosen to do this on Secret Agent. I mean, I could go down to Agent for the final levels if need be. But at this point, I'd rather not. If we had done everything on Agent to begin with, it would have been a nice, smooth experience, I feel like. But it is what it is. We'll try to finish it as we have. But I imagine that the Game Boy game will be... I mean, I hope it's going to be easier. But at the very least, I expect it to be a little bit less frustrating, or at the very, very, very least, not frustrating for the same reasons in the same ways. We're not going to have to deal with 3 FPS awkward N64 analog aiming, heavy breathing, 2 meters knockback and stun locking and everything. Well, I mean, maybe that is actually in the game. I'm not sure. But let's not get out of ourselves. We got the rest of this game to get through first. As we wrap up, let me try and figure out whomst we shall be rating. Dino is playing Lost Dutchman Mine. That is pretty sick. That's a game I loved / could not really comprehend as a child. Quality Amiga lifestyle sim, where you're a gold miner. What do you call it? An old cowboy looking for gold, basically. It's a pretty sick game. Anyway, let's enjoy that. Let's go and say hi to Lord Dino, and let's get some rest. And we will continue our mission on Wednesday. Thank you very much for hanging out, folks. Stick around for the raid, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Peace.